evidence thus far introduced or presented before this committee tends to show that men upon whom fortune had smiled beneficently and who possessed great financial power, great political power, and great governmental power undertook to nullify the laws of man and the laws of God for the purpose of gaining what history will call a very temporary political advantage. And I think that those who participated in this effort to nullify the laws of man and the laws of God overlooked one of the laws of God, which is set forth in the 7th verse of the 6th chapter of Galatians. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC senior correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening. It was an incredible day at the Watergate hearings. A variety show composed of dramatic testimony by two men who looked so much alike that even people at the Committee to Re-elect the President couldn't always tell them apart. A colossal hoax perpetrated on the Senate committee, and that vintage sermon you just heard from Senator Sam Ervin and the King James Version of the Bible. The hoax was the highlight of the day. Someone impersonating Treasury Secretary George Shultz convinced Senator Ervin over the phone that Mr. Nixon had agreed to release the controversial White House tapes. The committee's been so anxious to get the tapes that a beaming Senator Ervin jubilantly announced the agreement to the nation on television. Only 20 minutes later, he had to confess to the same national audience that he'd been the victim of a hoax, now being investigated by the FBI. The White House did say the president would have a decision on Monday. The witnesses today were Fred LaRue and Robert Mardian. Both added materially to the evidence of a complex effort to cover up the Watergate scandal, but their testimony also further complicated the story with more unresolved conflicts.
The telephone hoax came during the committee's luncheon break when Chairman Ervin was called to a payphone in the hearing room. The man identifying himself as Treasury Secretary Shultz told him that the controversy was over, that the president had agreed to release those tapes. NPAC's Peter Kay reports from the scene of the crime.
This is a famous phone booth where it all took place. First of all, there was the phony Secretary George Shultz, who called Chairman Sam Ervin and said that the whole matter of the White House tapes had been settled, that the White House would turn them over to the committee, and that prompted both Senators Ervin and Baker to congratulate the White House, congratulate each other, congratulate the committee, and predict all kinds of great things. The next thing that happened back here was that White House counsel Leonard Garment called committee counsel Sam Dash right afterwards during the hearings and said, hey, wait a minute, I don't know what you're talking about. And so Chairman Ervin, after his aide Rufus Edmiston went to the phone, went back into the booth and called the real Secretary George Shultz after first making sure who he was talking to, and he said, never heard of it, don't know what you're talking about. And this led Senators Ervin and Baker to make still another announcement, much to their embarrassment and chagrin.
But I was called to the phone and informed, I was informed that Secretary Shultz was indeed on the phone. And I went to the phone and had a conversation with the man who really assured me he was the real Secretary Shultz. And he informed me that he'd had no conversation with me today, that whoever did it was somebody else. that the only conversation he's had with me recently by telephone rather he called me yesterday to tell me that make something about the White House, the witnesses from the Secret Service. So it's just an awful thing for a very trusting soul like me to find that there are human beings, if you can call them such, who would perpetrate a hoax like this.
I'm upset and distressed and embarrassed at this call we had today, but I don't think it's done any damage, and I think both parties are much bigger than that to let this affect it, so I remain optimistic.
During your discussion with the chairman, when you thought that you had an agreement, there was a great deal of bipartisan euphoria. That was, or at least personal euphoria between you and the chairman. What connection did that have with the announcement?
Well, I think it was very directly related to the announcement. I think there's a genuine and unanimous sentiment in the committee that we ought to try to find a way to gain access to the relevant parts of these tapes without having to go through the travail of a constitutional confrontation over executive privilege. It appeared after that ersatz call that we'd negotiated that difficulty and had what we needed.
Those of us who live here in the exalted East are often accused, correctly no doubt, of thinking that all real life exists somewhere on a straight line between Boston on the north and Washington on the south. Well, in addition to going on record right now as disassociating ourselves with that kind of thinking, I'd like to also report on the results of a survey the Impact staff conducted today. It has to do with the release of those presidential tapes, which is rapidly becoming a major issue of debate in this country. Today we talked to editorial writers on 42 newspapers of varying sizes in various parts of the country. We asked what their papers had said about the issue. 11 of the 42 have yet to editorialize on the grounds that they did not yet think it was that important or that they were waiting until President Nixon formally replied to the committee's request for the tapes. Of others, 2 felt very strongly that President Nixon should not surrender the tapes, 2 discussed it without coming to a firm conclusion, and 27, some 60%, say the President should honor the committee's request. Now, those who want the tapes released include the largest newspapers in America: the New York News, the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Chicago Tribune, New York Times, and the Los Angeles Times. They are joined by smaller papers like the St. Petersburg Times, Tampa Tribune, Portland Oregonian, Dayton Daily News, the Anniston, Alabama Star, the Boise, Idaho Statesman, and the Burlington, Iowa Hawkeye. But the Richmond News leader disagrees, saying the President should not release any tape before the committee concludes its hearings into the matter of possible presidential involvement. And the Oklahoma Times and Daily Oklahoman are preparing an editorial that says all presidential papers should remain confidential during the President's term. The San Diego Union, a longtime Nixon supporter, took a middle position, saying nothing in the tape should be made public if it endangers the course of justice or protects any person from trial or punishment. But most of the papers, with most of the circulation, agreed with the Portland Oregonian, which simply said the President should change his mind.
Although today's headlines may have gone to the controversies over presidential tapes, there were major developments in the testimony. To help you watch for those, here is NPAC's hour-by-hour viewing guide. In hour number 1, Fred LaRue says he concluded on June 17th that Jeb Magruder knew the break-in was planned for the night before. Describing his role in delivering money to Watergate defendants, LaRue reveals his last donation was $280,000 from Gordon Strachan. In the second hour, Robert Mardian takes the stand and says his role in the Watergate affair was like being caught in quicksand. He adds he learned that John Mitchell was present when a Dirty Tricks budget was approved, although he did not know if it contained bugging plans. In the third hour, Senator Ervin begins by saying, "I am pleased to announce that Treasury Secretary Schultz called and the tapes would be given to the committee." 20 minutes later, he interrupts to retract it all, adding, "My trust in humanity has been grossly abused." Between those announcements, Mardian testifies that G. Gordon Liddy implied that President Nixon had authorized the Ellsberg break-in. He said Liddy tried to cover his tracks so much he even shredded soap wrappers he'd collected from hotels. In the fourth hour, Mardian says he never asked John Dean if he could see FBI reports on the Watergate investigation. and he says he was not aware that Jeb Magruder was committing perjury prior to Magruder's grand jury appearance. He says he only concluded it later. In the final hour, Mardian testifies that Dean once told him that Charles Colson was clean of Watergate entanglement. Now to the hearing room, as Senator Ervin starts the proceedings.
The chair recognizes the senator in no way.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. LaRue, I gather from your title and from your background, your prime function as special consultant to the President was to advise the President and others close to him on matters political. Would that be correct, sir?
No, Senator, I do not think that would be a correct statement.
What was your function, sir?
The primary function initially that I served in my capacity as a special consultant would be a liaison capacity between the state of Mississippi and the federal agencies involved in disaster relief resulting from Hurricane Camille.
Then how did you get involved in this cover-up scheme?
Pardon me?
How did you get involved in this cover-up mess?
Well, Senator, this involvement occurred much later during the presidential campaign in '72. I'm speaking now of the time frame, the latter part of 1969, 1970, that I served in this capacity.
Well, at the time of, say, early '72, what was your function, sir?
Early '72, I joined the re-election committee in January of '72 with the title, eventually, of Special Assistant to the Campaign Director.
You have testified on several occasions that you discussed the matter of $75,000 with Mr. Mitchell.
That is correct.
Why did you call upon Mr. Mitchell? I ask this because at that time, according to testimony, Mr. Mitchell was no longer Attorney General of the United States, nor was he chairman of the committee to re-elect the president.
Senator, I think I stated, pardon me, I think I stated in my testimony yesterday that I had a phone call from Mr. Dean regarding this $75,000. He would not authorize or instruct me to make this payment, and he suggested that I call Mr. Mitchell.
Why did you call Mr. Mitchell?
Why did I call him?
Because of Mr. Dean's
Mr. Dean suggested that I call him, yes, sir.
And why did Mr. Dean tell you to call Mr. Mitchell?
Mr. Dean was not indicated to me that he was not going to become involved any further in distribution of funds, and that if I were to get any authorization on this, it would have to come from someone else, and he suggested that I call Mr. Mitchell.
Am I correct to assume that Mr. Dean was aware that the $75,000 was part of the grand scheme, the grand cover-up scheme?
I think that would be a safe assumption, yes, sir.
Am I correct to assume that you were aware that this was part of the grand cover-up scheme?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct to assume that Mr. Mitchell was aware that this was part of the grand cover-up scheme?
I would say, Senator, that that is a correct assumption.
Then when Mr. Mitchell suggested to the committee that he was not aware of these cover-up activities, he was not absolutely correct, was he?
Senator, I did not gather from Mr. Mitchell's testimony that he stated he was not aware of the cover-up activities.
Mr. LaRue, there's one word used quite frequently in your testimony, and that of Mr. Kalmbach, also in that of Mr. Ulesevitz, and that word is expense. Apparently, several people had expense accounts, including yourself.
That is correct.
We've been told that Mr. Stans had expense accounts. Mr. Kalmbach, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Ulesevitz, and others. For example, in your summary of transactions, you indicate that $4,500 was distributed to Mr. Magruder for expenses. Did Mr. Magruder submit to you or to anyone a list of the items of expenses?
No, sir.
Didn't you feel that this was a bit irregular?
No, Senator, I did not. I have the utmost trust in Mr. Magruder, and I felt that this was proper. And as I stated to the staff of this committee, I made this decision and take full responsibility for it.
You indicated that you worked without a salary, but you received an expense of $1,500 a month.
That is correct.
You also testified that during the period for about 7 months, you received $12,000 in expenses. Is this the same amount, or is this over and above the $1,500?
No, sir. This would be the same amount. I'd like to clarify, Senator, that the $12,000 was the total amount of expenses that I handled. This was not in total for me. This included Mr. Magruder's $4,500.
I noticed that the expense accounts are all in round figures. Did you really incur $12,000 worth of expenses?
Did I, during this time period? Considerably more, Senator.
Did you submit your claims to the committee?
Pardon me?
Did you submit claims to the committee in addition to the $12,000?
Yes, sir.
And what did the committee do?
I have received expense payments from the committee during this period of time.
I presume you have read the testimony of Mr. Dean?
No, Senator, I've not read the complete testimony. I've seen part of it, and I've read part of it.
I'd like to get your views on a matter that seems like coincidence to some of us. Throughout the hearing, we've heard of meetings.
Pardon me?
Meetings.
Yes, sir.
Gatherings in San Clemente, at Key Biscayne, and oftentimes the participants had to fly to these meeting places from Washington. Why didn't they meet in Washington?
Senator, I'm not. Don't think I'm aware of what meetings you're speaking of.
Now, for example, the meeting in Key Biscayne, the one you participated in. If I count the participants properly, most of the participants were in Washington and were called over to Key Biscayne. By coincidence, at each meeting, the president was nearby. Was there any relevance between the president being present at that location?
Senator, I was not aware that the president was in Key Biscayne during this time. In fact, I'm fairly certain he was not.
What makes you say so, sir?
The house we were staying in was very close to the presidential compound. I think we would have been aware of the fact that the president was there at that time. I think I would have been aware of it. And I have a specific recollection that the president was not there.
On this meeting in Key Biscayne, did you at any time see the famous Liddy charts?
Are you referring, Senator, to the charts that have been described in one of the previous meetings?
Yes, sir.
No, sir, I did not.
Did you at any time see the Liddy memo?
The only memo I saw, Senator, was the one I've described to this committee outlining the electronic surveillance plan.
Did you participate in a discussion of any other plan besides the so-called Liddy plan?
Senator, that day I participated in a discussion of a wide range of activities that would be conducted or were proposed to be conducted by the Re-election Committee
I'm talking about illegal activities.
No, sir.
The only illegal plan discussed was the Liddy plan.
Yes, sir.
And it is your testimony that no other plans were discussed.
No other plans of that nature, yes, sir.
In your discussions in the plans, were the involvement of the CIA or the FBI discussed?
No, sir.
How did you propose to get all of the information set forth in the plan?
Senator, I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Did the plan call for assistance from the FBI or the CIA?
You're talking about the plan that was discussed in Key Biscayne. No, sir.
Right.
No, sir, not to my recollection. It did not.
It was to be done without the assistance of these federal agencies.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Was any discussion held as to how the accounts were to be paid for this special project?
Not that I can recall, no, sir.
You advised the committee on how to carry out their activities, and you were involved in some of the most extraordinary meetings. Now you're sitting before us, and we've asked this question, I believe, of most of the witnesses. In retrospect, now that you know it was illegal, and if you were asked to recommend any legislation to prevent the further occurrence or reoccurrence of those activities in which you were involved, what would you recommend, sir?
Senator, I haven't given that a great deal of thought. I do think that there are certain things I would recommend. I think basically one of the recommendations would be legislation to curtail or prohibit to the extent possible the use of cash in political campaigns, cash money.
Any other recommendation?
None that I can think of immediately, Senators. I say I quite frankly have just not focused on that.
My final question, sir, question that we asked of Mr. Mitchell. If you recall, Mr. Mitchell said that the re-election of President Nixon was paramount and that all other considerations were insignificant. Do you concur with that, sir? Or at that time, did you concur with that?
Senator, I don't know if I could make that broad a statement. Certainly at that time I considered the election of paramount importance, yes, sir.
Sufficiently important that the commission of crimes would not be considered significant.
Senator, as I've stated in my opening statement, at that time I did not consider myself involved in the commission of a crime. In retrospect, that has turned out to be the case. At that particular point, I was not thinking in those terms.
What would your response be to the question that was posed with Mr. Mitchell? Would you have lied to protect the president?
Senator, fortunately, that I would never had to cope with that problem.
Is that an answer?
That's something that I didn't consider at the time.
It's not possible for you to give a yes or no response to that?
I can't, it's hard to go back to that time period and assess my state of mind, what I would have done at that time.
Then what conclusion are we supposed to reach today as to whether you would lie today?
Senator, I have no reason to tell anything other than the truth to this committee. As I stated in my opening statement, I've faced up to what I've done, and it would serve no purpose to me to tell you anything but the truth.
Just for the record, you were charged with several crimes, and I believe you pleaded guilty to one. Would you relate to the committee the circumstances, the crimes involved, and the circumstances involved in the pleading of guilty?
Senator?
Yes, sir.
May I straighten the record out? Mr. LaRue was not charged with several crimes. He pled guilty, however, to a one-count information charging a conspiracy to obstruct justice.
I'm just trying to give Mr. LaRue an opportunity to clear the air of any doubts, because I believe the press reported that a deal had been made. I'm certain you recall that, counsel, don't you, sir?
Well, may I respond to that,
Yes,
Senator? That's one way to put it. What actually happened is that Mr. LaRue and I told the prosecuting authorities that he wanted to make a full and complete truthful disclosure to them of all facts within his knowledge. In exchange for that, the government merely, and I say merely, agreed to make the extent of his cooperation with the government known at an appropriate time. I have here, Senator, a letter dated June 12, 1973, addressed to me as Mr. LaRue's attorney, signed by Archibald Cox, which constitutes the entire agreement in connection with this matter. It's a matter of public record. It was read into the court record at the time Mr. LaRue entered his plea, and I would ask that the committee accept it at this time as an exhibit.
Would you care to read the letter, sir?
I'd be glad to if you'd like me to, Senator. Letterhead, Watergate Special Prosecution Force, dated June 12, 1973, and addressed to me. The government will accept a guilty plea from Mr. Fred LaRue to a one-count indictment or information charging a conspiracy to obstruct justice. This will dispose of all other potential charges against your client which might otherwise arise out of the investigation of the so-called Watergate incident and the alleged cover-up relating thereto, including without limitation possible violations of the Federal Election Campaign Act and the Corrupt Practices Act. The government will join with you in urging that Mr. LaRue's sentencing be deferred until after the trial of those implicated by testimony already given by Mr. LaRue, and that Mr. LaRue be permitted to remain on bond or on recognizance pending sentence in order to facilitate his cooperation with the government. Finally, this understanding is predicated upon Mr. LaRue's complete cooperation with the government, including the immediate, full, and truthful disclosure of all information in his possession. Ultimately, of course, he will be required to testify as a witness for the government in any and all cases with respect to which he may have relevant information. The extent of his cooperation will be brought to the court's attention by the government before sentencing. Sincerely, Archibald Cox, Special Prosecutor.
Thank you very much. There are 3 words in that letter: otherwise potential crimes. What were the otherwise potential crimes, sir?
Well, it says this will dispose of all other potential charges.
Other potential charges. I'm sorry, sir. What are the other potential charges?
Well, sir, they're all related. The conspiracy to obstruct justice information to which Mr. LaRue pleaded states, in essence, that he was a part of a conspiracy to impede, impair, and obstruct the investigation by concealing relevant evidence. And it further states that he participated in meetings to develop misleading testimony to be given to the FBI, for instance. And it states that he acquired and covertly paid cash to certain individuals, all matters about which he's testified to this committee. As a technical matter, Senator, the government, the prosecutors, could take each of those allegations and make a separate count, a separate charge out of it if they wished to do so. They sometimes do, they sometimes don't. There's nothing unusual about this matter.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Thank you very much, Mr. LaRue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. LaRue, you've testified at rather great length and extensively and thoroughly in response to the interrogation put to you by counsel and by other members of this committee, and I won't prolong the interrogation greatly. But there are a few points that remain unclear in my mind, or at least I believe could stand a little further elaboration. I may have misunderstood you. I'm sure I did not. I'm not certain that I understood you. On yesterday you said that Mr. Magruder indicated after the telephone call from Washington to California, last night was the night he was going into the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Now, that was my understanding of it, and I haven't checked the record today. Am I mistaken about that, or more appropriately, would you tell me again what Mr. Magruder told you after his initial telephone call to California, which he received?
I think, Senator, that's substantially correct. I think I said it. He told me that he thought last night may be the night that they were going to go into the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Yes.
Now, he didn't attribute that statement in that context, as I understand you. He didn't attribute that statement to anybody, but rather it sounds like Mr. Magruder was stating a fact which he already knew, that last night was the night that they may have been going into the Democratic National Committee headquarters. Is that your impression, Mr. Magruder?
Yes, sir.
So you're under the impression from that from that statement by Mr. Magruder that he did in fact know that there was a planned entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters the early morning hours of June 17th, 1972.
That would be my assumption, yes, sir.
Do you have any further information that you could give us on Mr. Magruder's knowledge or previous information of the impending entry into the DNC?
No, I don't think so.
Did he ever discuss it with you?
No, he did not.
Did anyone ever discuss it with you?
No, they did not.
Did you, Mr. LaRue, know that they were going to break into the Watergate?
No, sir, I did not.
Had no indication or intimation of that?
No, I did not.
Well, what was your reaction to the Magruder statement then when he said, well, last night was the night they were going to break into the DNC? Now, this was a hurry-up, urgent call from Washington to Magruder in California, where you and Magruder and a number of others were present. And here comes a principal campaign official saying, well, last night was the night they were going to break in. What was your reaction to that, Mr. LaRue?
My reaction, Senator, was one of concern. Here we're having a phone call that indicates a problem. Mr. Magruder has told me that there's a possibility that could have concerned a break-in of the Democratic National Committee, and I was very concerned. And I asked Mr. Magruder to go to a payphone and call Mr. Liddy and find out what the details were, what actually had happened.
Did you ask Magruder to do that?
I asked him to go. Yes, sir. I asked him to go to a payphone rather than go to the NASA base or installation in which Mr. Liddy had requested that he do.
Who else was present when Magruder made that statement?
Senator, we were at breakfast. I'm sure several people were present at breakfast, but he made the statement to me in an aside when no one else heard it.
Did you convey that information to anyone else?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did Mr. Magruder make the same or a similar statement to anyone else at that time?
Not that I know of, Senator.
Did you gain the impression, Mr. LaRue, that others present in California on that occasion also knew that that was the night that they were going to break into the DNC?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you present when Mr. Mitchell received that information, that in fact there had been an entry into the DNC?
Yes, sir, I gave him the information.
What was his reaction?
His reaction was one of surprise.
Can you characterize that a little further?
I testified, I think, to that point yesterday, Senator. Mr. Mitchell did indicate surprise. I think made this statement that that's incredible.
Mr. LaRue, on another point, you indicated that someone said to contact Kleindienst, meaning former Attorney General Kleindienst, I understand, and to ask him to contact Chief Wilson, the Chief of Police for the District of Columbia, about the release of certain people arrested on the morning of June 17th.
No, sir, I did not testify to that, Senator. I said that my recollection of that incident, Mr. Mitchell asked that a phone call be made to Gordon Liddy, and Mr. Liddy contact Mr. Kleindienst, and Mr. Kleindienst contact Chief Wilson to see what details he could get on the break-in.
Okay, so the suggestion was from Mitchell to call Liddy, or someone to call Liddy. Who was to call Liddy?
Senator, I don't recall who made the telephone call. I did not.
All right. For someone to call Liddy, for Liddy to call Kleindienst, for Kleindienst to call Wilson to find out what went on.
That is correct.
Why Liddy?
I can't answer that question, Senator. Mr. Liddy was, at that time, was the person in Washington with whom the conversations were being had.
Was the call in fact made, or do you know, Mr.
Yes, the call was made.
But you don't recall?
No, I do not recall who made it.
Was there a report back on the results of that telephone call to Mr. Liddy?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Did you later learn of any response or development as a result of that call to Mr. Liddy?
Yes, I did. I think Mr. Liddy contacted Mr. Kleindienst, and Mr. Kleindienst refused to do this. He said that if Mr. Mitchell, as my understanding, he told Mr. Liddy if Mr. Mitchell wanted him to contact Chief Wilson, then Mr. Mitchell should contact Mr. Kleindienst directly.
But Mr. Kleindienst, in effect, refused to contact Chief Wilson.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Was that information conveyed to Mr. Mitchell in California?
I do not think so, no. I found this out at a later date, Senator.
Who else knew of the suggestion, if anyone, that Liddy be contacted to contact Kleindienst to contact Wilson? Anyone other than you and Mitchell?
I think Mr. Magruder was aware of this, and I think Mr. Mardian was aware of this.
All right, sir. Mr. LaRue, it's obvious that one of the most important parts of your testimony, as it relates to other parts of this record as it's been developed so far, is the essence of the meeting in Florida, where Mr. Liddy made his third presentation for, Mr. Magruder, I believe, made the third presentation of the Liddy plan for Mr. Mitchell's attention. I'm sorry to belabor the point, but I shan't do that very long. Begin, if you will, and tell me how it was presented, what Mr. Mitchell's reaction to it was, and what other information you can give me, if any, about the question of whether or not John Mitchell approved the plan, did not approve the plan, or postponed deciding on the plan.
Senator, this discussion took place at the end of a day-long meeting in which other campaign matters were discussed. Present were Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and I. Mr. Magruder handed Mr. Mitchell the papers outlining this plan. Mr. Mitchell read it. He turned to me, asked me if I had read it. I told him yes. He asked me what I thought. I told him I did not think it was worth the risk. And Mr. Mitchell indicated at that time that he did not think this was something that had to be decided at that meeting.
Mr. LaRue, that's the vote signal indicating we have only 5 minutes for this roll call. I'm going to suspend now, Mr. Chairman, if I may, and continue briefly after we've answered the roll call.
Recess to give its members time to vote.
This was the first of several interruptions for floor votes today, the first one coming for a vote on an emergency medical services bill. As the senators return to the hearing, Senator Baker will continue his examination of Fred LaRue.
Hearings will come to order. Senator Ervin was called away temporarily on other business and asked me to proceed with the questioning. Ms. LaRue, did you talk to Mr. Gray while you were in California?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me the nature and circumstances of that conversation?
Excuse me, Senator, is this microphone live?
I think the panel board's indicating the switch at the bottom may be turned off or on the stem. Well, obviously, we don't have a wiretapper here.
I think it's on now, Senator.
Is it on now? Can you tell me something about the conversation you had with Mr. Gray and when you had it?
Senator, this conversation occurred Sunday afternoon at the Newporter Inn, as I recall.
Do you know why Mr. Gray was in California at that time?
Not specifically, Senator, no. I think it was in line with some function he was performing as head of the Bureau at that time.
What was the nature of the conversation? If you don't mind, tell me who arranged the meeting between you.
The meeting was not arranged, Senator. When we arrived at the Newport Inn, one of the agents told me that Mr. Gray was there. He and his wife, I think, were at the swimming pool, and I went down and visited with them for 30, 45 minutes. Both Mr. and Ms. Gray are friends of mine, and we had I would classify it as a social visit. However, the Watergate was discussed, but only in the very broadest generalities.
Were there any plans made or any instructions carried out in that conversation with Gray?
No, sir.
About the Watergate?
No, sir.
Whatever conversation about Watergate occurred at that time at the Newporter Inn was casual and social and not substantive.
That is correct.
Do you know whether Mr. Gray met with anyone else in California during that time period about the Watergate affair to your knowledge?
No, I do not.
Mr. LaRue, going back briefly to the meeting in Florida, where your recollection indicates that Mr. Mitchell, referring to the Magruder presentation of the Liddy plan, said, well, we don't have to decide on that now. You knew John Mitchell pretty well at this point, and I'm dealing now in rather subjective considerations, but I would appreciate your impressions of whether or not his query to you of what you thought of that plan and your indication you thought the risk was greater than the worth, or words to that effect, and his saying, well, we don't have to decide on that now, together with any other information you can give us about this, created the impression in your mind at that time that Mitchell then or later approved or did not approve the Liddy plan. Now, if you can't answer that, simply say so. But if you have an impression or if you have other information, I'd be grateful for it.
Senator, the only impression that I got that this was something that Mr. Mitchell was certainly not enthusiastic about and was trying to really terminate a discussion of it.
Trying to terminate?
To terminate any discussion of it, yes, sir.
And you have no other recollection of any other aspect of that?
No, I do not.
At that time. You or Mr. Bradford, known as Mr. Bradford in the code language of your subsequent transactions?
With Mr. Kalmbach. Mr. Kalmbach and I both used the code name Bradford, yes, sir.
You would call Mr. Kalmbach Mr. Bradford, and he would call you Mr. Bradford
yes,
on the initiation of telephone conversation.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Well, if you'll pardon the self-serving question, where did you get that Baker code name?
Senator, when I placed the initial call to Mr. Bittman back in October to arrange for delivery of money to his office, without thinking, I placed a call to his office, and a secretary answered and wanted to know, said, I asked for Mr. Bittman, and they said, may I say who's calling? And I didn't want to use my name, and I just picked the name Baker out of the air.
Well, I wonder why. You know, I wonder what would have happened if I had in fact called about. Would you have sent me some money too? Or? No, seriously, Mr. LaRue, I think that my colleagues on the committee and council have covered your testimony rather thoroughly. I think your testimony is very important to this committee because of your unique situation. You, in effect, have received immunity, although the law doesn't call it that, from the special prosecutor's office, indicating
that is not my understanding, Senator.
That they don't intend to prosecute you on other matters other than the one information that you pled guilty to. I'm not trying to be your lawyer. I'm not trying to give you legal advice, but it seems to me that when you take into account that letter from Mr. Cox indicating they do not intend to prosecute you for election law violations or other matters, saving and accepting only the single count contained in the information on conspiracy to obstruct justice, about the only remaining peril you have in this connection would be the peril of perjury.
I agree with that, Senator.
Are you aware of that peril?
Yes, sir.
Have you attempted to give us the facts as you know them and comply with the agreement outlined in Mr. Cox's letter?
Absolutely.
I thank you very much, Mr. LaRue.
Senator White.
Just a few very brief questions, Mr. LaRue. You've indicated that, well, let me ask you a question first. Do you know from whom or from what office the payoff money that you distributed came from?
Senator, this money came from several sources.
From several sources?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you list those sources?
$81,000 that I received in early July from Mr. Stans and Mr. Sloan.
Right.
$30,000 in September from Mr. Rivers, Mr. Ulasewicz. $50,000 in December from Mr. Strong. $14,000 in January from Mr. Babcock.
From Mr. who?
Babcock.
Who's Mr. Babcock?
Mr. Tim Babcock. He's the former governor of Montana.
And in what capacity was he delivering the money?
My understanding, Senator, is that this was a pledge made during the campaign, and it was a delivery that just happened to be made after the campaign.
I see. Pledge from who?
From Mr. Babcock. And then in January, in January, $280,000 from Mr. Strong.
Now, do you associate, aside from the individuals named, $81,000 from Mr. Stans and Mr. Sloan and $30,000 from Mr. Ulasewicz, alias Rivers, $50,000 from Mr. Strawn, $14,000 from Mr. Babcock, and $280 from Mr. Strawn, do you associate any institution or corporation or organization with these monies aside from the individuals that gave it to you?
The $81,000, Senator, was my understanding of that is was the cash balance at the committee for the committee for the re-election at that time. The $50,000 and the $280,000 from Mr. Strawn, my understanding that this was a fund that had been at the White House.
All right. As I understand it, up until recently, you had $113,000 left over. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was that money?
Where was it?
Where did you keep that money?
It's been in the bank, and up until the time I dispersed it to, as was explained yesterday, to back to the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee of what?
Finance Committee to re-elect the President.
Why did you return the money to the committee to re-elect the President? Why didn't you return it to the White House?
Senator, this was covered yesterday in testimony, and several letters have been placed in the record. I think maybe it might be best if Mr. Benson addressed himself to that question, because he did yesterday, as if that's permissible with you.
Fine. Yes, indeed.
Senator Weicker, yesterday I agreed to have duplicated an exchange of correspondence, principally between me, acting as Mr. LaRue's counsel, and Mr. Stan's counsel, which relates to the return of this money to the Finance Committee. And I agreed to duplicate that correspondence so that it could be inserted in the record, and I have it here and can tender it to the committee at this time.
I appreciate that. The only question in my mind is, with the knowledge that you have as to where these monies came from, as I understand it, only $81,000 came from the committee to re-elect the President.
Well, sir, Mr. LaRue testified yesterday that he had knowledge that the source of this $350,000 amount that was at the White House, that had come from cash at the committee. But basically, to summarize this correspondence, I had written or called Mr. Stan's attorney and told him we had this money and would like to return it. I got one letter requesting the return of, I believe, $48,000. We sent that check back and said we'd like to return the balance, and ultimately they requested the balance, and we've sent that to them.
In any event, none of this money, as I understand it, then came from the Republican National Committee. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, no.
This was money that you felt belonged either to the committee to re-elect the President or Mr. Babcock, I guess, would be basically the two parties. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Is there? You seem hesitant. Is there anything?
I think the Babcock contribution has been reported, as I understand, it's been reported.
I don't mean to intimate at all that it wasn't reported. I just want to lay the groundwork as to why this money was returned to the committee to re-elect, and I gather that has been explained in the letters which your attorney has sent forward. And very frankly, also want to establish the point, free to admit so, that these were not monies that came from the Republican National Committee.
Senator, to my knowledge, none of this money originated or came from the Republican National Committee.
All right. Now, you were present with Mr. Mitchell in California on the weekend of the break-in. Now, did Mr. Magruder brief you and Mr. Mardian on June the 17th as to the break-in?
Senator, no, he did not brief me as to the break-in. He only informed me of the telephone call from Mr. Liddy.
So it's your testimony that at no time while in California were you briefed, Mr. Mardian has to speak for himself, were you briefed by Mr. Magruder as to the details of the break-in?
No, other than the details of Mr. Liddy's telephone call.
How many meetings did you have? Can you remember how many meetings you had on June the 17th?
Pardon me, Senator? I didn't hear the question.
Can you tell me how many meetings you had on June the 17th with Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian?
Senator, I couldn't recall any specific number of meetings or really meetings in a formal sense. I think I've stated that I met with Mr. Mitchell initially and gave him the information about the Liddy phone call. I later met with as I recall, with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Mardian and Mr. Magruder, in which the instructions were given or the request made to get in touch with Mr. Kleindienst. Shortly after that, we left, went to another hotel for a whole series of political meetings and didn't return back to our hotel until rather late that afternoon. There was a meeting, or I guess a couple of meetings in which a press response was drafted, and to the best of my recollection, that's pretty well the meetings that I recall.
And when you say the details of the Liddy call, and I excuse myself if I don't recall testimony that you gave yesterday, did that fully describe what had happened at the Watergate?
Well, to the extent that there had been a break-in at the Democratic National Committee, 5 men were involved, had been apprehended, and one of the men was James McCord.
But aside from that, you were not briefed at all on June 17th by Mr. Magruder?
No, sir. Not to my recollection, no.
Were you briefed by Mr. Mardian?
Not to my recollection, no.
How about on the 18th of June?
No, sir. Mr. Magruder, as I recall, Senator, Mr. Magruder left California on the morning of the 18th.
Now, just one last group of questions. Am I correct when I understand that during the month of July and August, you did meet with Mr. Magruder and he did give you the details of the break-in? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Both before and during, gave you a full briefing during that period of time?
During that period of time, yes, sir. Mr. Magruder recounted to me the same thing that he's testified to before this committee concerning his knowledge of the break-in, his involvement.
Did you tell Mr. Mitchell everything that Mr. Magruder told you?
Senator, I don't know. I can't say that I told Mr. Mitchell everything that Mr. Magruder told me. I've had many conversations with Mr. Mitchell concerning the Watergate, concerning my conversations with Mr. Magruder, as to whether I specifically outlined everything Mr. Magruder told me. I can't say.
I think it's very important to try to refresh your recollection on that point. I point out to you that when you returned on June the 19th, you met with Mr. Mitchell every day that following week. That you had as many as 4 meetings per day. You met with Mitchell every day the next week, except when Mr. Mitchell was in New York, including a lengthy meeting before Mitchell saw the president and resigned on June the 30th. And that you met with Mr. Mitchell every day for the next 2 weeks, up to July 14th with 2 exceptions, and that makes a total of 36 meetings over the course of 18 days. Now, I can well understand how you could not go ahead and reconstruct
the details of each individual meeting. There are just too many meetings. But I certainly think you're able to tell us, or should be able to tell us very clearly, as to what the thrust of these meetings were and what information was given to Mr. Mitchell.
Well, Senator,
so I would prefer to ask my question of you, not the details of any specific day or of any specific meeting, but exactly the details of 36 meetings in 18 days. Was it during this period of time that you, let me try to be precise, was it during this period of time that you informed Mr. Mitchell of Mr. Magruder's knowledge as imparted to you?
I'm sure that part of this was imparted during this time frame. These meetings, as I recall, Senator, covered certainly a wide range of subjects, some related to the Watergate, some not. There was still an ongoing campaign at this time, and there were many discussions relating to campaign matters. There were also many discussions relating to the Watergate. We had discussions regarding our response to the civil litigation, discussions regarding the ongoing investigation of the Watergate incident itself. I'm sorry, I just can't specifically recall any meeting that any specific information may have been discussed. I just
well, I'm not, as I said, I'm not asking you to perform miraculous feats insofar as any individual meeting, not when they occur with the consistency and that they do in your case with Mr. Mitchell, but as I've indicated to you, insofar as a general time period and a number of meetings, I think that you should be able to recall with a little more specificity as to what was discussed. Let me ask you, you say that the civil suit was of a concern to you. I keep on hearing this, that we were involved in the civil litigation. Weren't lawyers hired for this particular duty?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would imagine that probably was their principal concern. Why would it be your principal concern?
Primarily, Senator, because as a part of this, of the legal processes of the civil litigation, we were confronted with the possibility of depositions, discovery proceedings, which could have led to very embarrassing revelations at this time.
All right. 2 very brief points. On June the 20th, 1972, were you and Mr. Mardian instructed the night before to interview Liddy? Were you instructed on the night of the 19th by Mr. Mitchell to interview Liddy?
I was never instructed to interview Liddy, Senator. As I testified. I can't say.
I think it's very important to try to refresh your recollection on that point. May I point out to you that when you returned on June the 19th, you met with Mr. Mitchell every day that following week. That you had as many as 4 meetings per day. You met with Mitchell every day the next week, except when Mr. Mitchell was in New York, including a lengthy meeting before Mitchell saw the president and resigned on June the 30th. And that you met with Mr. Mitchell every day for the next 2 weeks, up to July 14th with 2 exceptions, and that makes a total of 36 meetings over the course of 18 days. Now, I can well understand how you could not go ahead and reconstruct
the details of each individual meeting. There are just too many meetings. But I certainly think you're able to tell us, or should be able to tell us very clearly, as to what the thrust of these meetings were and what information was given to Mr. Mitchell.
Well, Senator...
So I would prefer to ask my question of you, not the details of any specific day or of any specific meeting, but exactly the details of 36 meetings in 18 days. Was it during this period of time that you, let me try to be precise, was it during this period of time that you informed Mr. Mitchell of Mr. Magruder's knowledge as imparted to you?
I'm sure that part of this was imparted during this time frame. These meetings, as I recall, Senator, covered certainly a wide range of subjects, some related to the Watergate, some not. There was still an ongoing campaign at this time, and there were many discussions relating to campaign matters. There were also many discussions relating to the Watergate. We had discussions regarding our response to the civil litigation, discussions regarding the ongoing investigation of the Watergate incident itself. I'm sorry, I just can't specifically recall any meeting that any specific information may have been discussed.
Well, I'm not, as I said, I'm not asking you to perform miraculous feats insofar as any individual meeting, not when they occur with the consistency and that they do in your case with Mr. Mitchell, but as I've indicated to you, insofar as a general time period and a number of meetings, I think that you should be able to recall with a little more specificity as to what was discussed. Let me ask you, you say that the civil suit was of a concern to you. I keep on hearing this, that we were involved in the civil litigation. Weren't lawyers hired for this particular duty?
Yes, sir.
Well, I would imagine that probably was their principal concern. Why would it be your principal concern?
Primarily, Senator, because as a part of this, of the legal processes of the civil litigation, we were confronted with the possibility of depositions, discovery proceedings, which could have led to very embarrassing revelations at this time.
All right. 2 very brief points. On June the 20th, 1972, were you and Mr. Mardian instructed the night before to interview Liddy? Were you instructed on the night of the 19th by Mr. Mitchell to interview Liddy?
I was never instructed to interview Liddy, Senator. As I testified yesterday, Mr. Mardian came to me, asked if he could borrow the key, use my apartment. He wanted to interview Mr. Liddy or have a meeting with Mr. Liddy. I told him yes. He asked me for my keys, which I gave him, and then at that point he said, you might as well come with me.
All right. And when did you interview Liddy?
As I recall, it was the afternoon of June 20.
June the 20th. In the afternoon. This is when the briefing took place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you then return and brief Mr. Mitchell in the late afternoon of the 20th?
That is my recollection, yes, sir.
And at that briefing of Mr. Mitchell, was the information which you imparted to him a rather complete accounting as to Watergate and the events that led up to Watergate?
I would say it was a rather complete accounting of Mr. Liddy's, of the discussions we had had with Mr. Liddy.
Now, on Mr. Mitchell's logs, it has you meeting at around 6 o'clock in the evening with Mr. Mitchell on the 20th. Would that be the time when you returned to give him your report?
That would roughly fit in the proper time period, yes, sir.
The same logs indicate a phone call to the President at around 6 o'clock. Were you in the room when Mr. Mitchell called the President?
I do not recall being there when he called the President.
And then the only other date would be that of June the 30th, the day that John Mitchell resigned as campaign chairman. I gather he had a meeting with you at 9:35 of the morning that he resigned. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That would be, as I recall, that would be the approximate time of a meeting I had.
And you were joined by Mr. Mardian?
That is correct. Mr. Mardian and Mr. Magruder, as I recall.
Did Mr. Mitchell indicate to you that he was going to meet with the President and resign?
Senator, I may be confused on the time frame. The meeting I'm referring to, Mr. Mitchell, occurred on the day that Mr. Mitchell's resignation was announced. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about June the 30th, which was the day that Mr. Mitchell resigned. And I'm referring to his logs, which in effect have meetings with you at 9:35 and with Mr. Mardian joining you at 9:45, and then have Mr. Mitchell meeting with the President at 12:30 in the afternoon.
I'm straightened out on the time now. What was your question, Senator?
And my question was whether or not Mr. Mitchell discussed with you and Mr. Mardian his resignation.
Not at that time. Mr. Mitchell discussed his resignation with me late that afternoon.
After he had talked with the President?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did he talk with you about before he went in to see the President? And this is a rather significant day, I would imagine.
His resignation, he did not discuss his resignation with me or at that meeting.
You had no idea that he was going to resign?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
In a moment, Chairman Irvin will take over the questioning of Fred LaRue. Public television's coverage of the Senate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPAC continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As we go back to the hearings, John Mitchell's former aide, Fred LaRue, is still on the stand.
Mr. LaRue, I have been impressed by the testimonial trustworthiness of your testimony. I cannot refrain from saying I think that you have pursued the right course. And you have the benefit of what anyone in trouble needs the most. That is the services of a lawyer whose legal learning, wisdom, and intellectual integrity enable him to serve the best interests of his client in the finest way. Now I want to ask you a few questions. As I understand it, you know that prior to the break-in into the Democratic National Headquarters in the Watergate, that the proposal of G. Gordon Liddy to commit burglary and bugging on the Democratic National Headquarters was discussed between John Mitchell, the director of the committee to re-elect the president, and his deputy director, Jeb Magruder, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You also know that at the meeting, that this discussion occurred in your presence at the meeting in Key Biscayne between Mitchell, Magruder, and you.
That is correct.
You also know that you disapproved of the project, not on moral grounds, but on the ground that the risk of carrying out the project was too great.
Senator, I'd like to clarify that, if I may. My statement was that I did not consider the plan worth the risk. However, I think inherent in that statement are the moral considerations and the legal considerations. If it was not morally wrong, if it was not legally wrong, then there would be no risk involved.
Yes. Now, you also know that John Mitchell did not disapprove of the project at that meeting in your presence.
That is my recollection, Senator. Yes, sir.
He said that that was a matter that did not have to be determined or decided at that meeting.
That is to the best of my recollection, yes, sir.
And you are not able to either affirm or disaffirm that John Mitchell, subsequently by word or wink or nod, conducted himself in such a way as to give Magruder the impression that Mitchell had approved it.
I can only state that he did not conduct himself in such a way in my presence, Senator.
Now, if I understand your evidence correctly, before the 17th of June, 1972, Jeb Magruder did assert in your presence something that you controverted, and that was that John Mitchell had approved of the Liddy proposal at the meeting in Key Biscayne.
Did you say prior to June 17th?
Yes.
No, sir.
I thought you said that you and he had some discussion.
This would be subsequent to June 17th, Senator.
Subsequent to June
yes,
17th.
Sir.
Well, I'm sorry I was mistaken as to the date of it. Well, anyway, at some time you were present in Magruder's office when he received a phone call from Charles Colson of the White House staff, in which Colson wanted him to expedite the Liddy budget.
Senator, as I testified yesterday, to the best of my recollection, this was a conversation which Mr. Magruder and I had subsequent to June 17th. We were speculating on who may have had knowledge of the Watergate incident, and during this conversation, Mr. Magruder related to me the phone call he had had from Mr. Colson requesting action on the Liddy budget. But I have no recollection of being in the office when that phone call was made.
Well, just to clarify the thing, you had no notice of any burglary proposal or bugging proposal prior to the 17th day of June, except that which you got in the meeting with Magruder and Mitchell at Key Biscayne.
That is correct, Senator.
Now, on when you and Mardian and Mitchell and Magruder were in California, in Los Angeles, when the news broke that the 5 men, including the security chief for the committee to re-elect the president, had been caught red-handed in an act of burglary in the Watergate in Democratic headquarters, did you?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And on that day, and shortly after that news came, Magruder said something to the effect that that was the night that Liddy was supposed to, the Liddy plan was supposed to be implemented in respect to the burglary of the Watergate.
He indicated that today, yes, sir.
Now, shortly thereafter, the news came in the press and by the media of communications that not only had 5 burglars been caught in the Watergate, but that 4 of them had money in their pockets at the time which had come from the committee to re-elect the president, directly or indirectly.
Senator, I can't recall exactly when the revelations of or the tracing of the money back to the committee appeared in the press. I don't know if it appeared in the press that day or not. I just don't recall.
Well, it didn't appear that day, but within a period of some days or some few weeks.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And naturally, you became concerned with the possibility that the persons charged with enforcing the criminal law might undertake to trace this money and trace criminality from the Watergate into the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And after you and Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Mardian and Mr. Magruder returned to Washington, you all had, and Mr. Dean had almost daily conversations among yourselves with respect to the dilemma which had been posed by this tragic event.
That is correct, Senator.
And you all were concerned with the re-election of the President Nixon, and you felt and so agreed among yourselves that it might have tragic repercussions if the responsibility for this burglary was traced by the press or prosecuting attorneys into the committee to re-elect the president.
Senator, I can't recall any meetings or discussions with these individuals in which that was discussed. I can only say that certainly I had this concern, and this is what motivated my actions.
Well, don't you know from your conversations with Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Magruder that they also shared that concern?
I would assume they did, yes, sir.
And so it was either expressly or impliedly agreed among you all, that is, Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mardian, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Dean, and yourself, that you would do everything in your power to keep any information about any connection between the burglary and the committee to re-elect the president a secret.
Senator, that as I say, is what motivated my actions, and that certainly was my impression of what I was doing. As far as the other individuals, I just can't speak for them.
Well, you had conversations with them, you say, about this matter daily.
Yes, sir, I did.
For weeks.
Yes, sir, but I don't recall any conversation in which I said...
I'm not asking what you said in the conversation. I'm just asking you if you don't know. If you don't infer in your own mind and know in your own mind from conversations with the others whom I have mentioned that they shared your desire to keep from the public and keep from the press and keep from prosecuting attorneys knowledge of the events that had happened in connection with this matter in the
That would be my inference.
President?
That would be my inference, Senator. Yes, sir.
Now, wasn't it also in an effort to, didn't you apprehend that there was danger that some of the 5 burglars, and that there's danger that Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt, after they were arrested, might, in the common parlance, spill the beans about this matter?
Did I have an apprehension about that? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so thereupon, you joined other persons connected with the committee to re-elect the president in an effort to finance these people pending their trials and finance their defenses, legal defense.
Senator, yes, I engaged in such activities as I've testified here previously.
And you know that some $400,000 was furnished, directly or indirectly, at the instance of members of the committee to re-elect the president, if not at the instance of aides in the White House, to the families and counsel for these 7 Watergate defendants.
That is correct, Senator, yes.
And how much of this money did you yourself pay or deliver to any of these defendants or their counsel?
This is it. That's that one.
As I add up these figures, Senator, I come up with a figure of $242,000.
Now, was that additional to money that was delivered to them through the arrangement with Kalmbach and Ulasewicz?
Yes, sir.
And as a result of this, we had a situation which arose, which is calculated to pollute justice. That is, we had the prosecution of these 7 men was in the hands of men who held offices at the pleasure of the president. And the committee to re-elect the president was furnishing the money to pay the lawyers who were supposed to defend these men. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir, that is true.
And that kind of a situation is enough to make justice weep, isn't it?
I agree with that, Senator.
Now, Mr. Liddy had assured you and Mr. Mardian in the meeting that you had in which Mr. Liddy told about his actions, which was held in your apartment, that Liddy had conducted himself so that no traces connecting anybody would lead to any persons other than the 7 people indicted.
No, he assured us, Senator, that it would not lead beyond the 5 people that had gotten caught.
Would not lead beyond the 5?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, in addition to agreeing to keep, in addition to pursuing a policy of secrecy in respect to the knowledge possessed by you, and in addition to paying money to the lawyers and the defendants and their families, a movement also arose in the committee to re-elect the president to manufacture a story to explain how it was that Magruder had paid $199,000 to Liddy, wasn't it?
Pardon me. Yes, Senator. There was a story evolved, the so-called protective story. This story was the product of Mr. Magruder's efforts. I don't recall anyone else at the committee urging Mr. Magruder to come up with this story or, in fact, helping him come up with it. My understanding and my recollection of the facts is that Mr. Magruder evolved this story himself.
So Mr. Magruder came up with the story that announced, he told you that he was prepared to go before the grand jury and testify that he had given Liddy far less than $199,000, didn't he?
No, Senator. I don't think he ever told me that he was prepared to do that. There was a discussion, initial discussion early after the break-in as to how much money was given Mr. Liddy. And I think there was an honest difference of opinion as to how much money this was. And ultimately, Mr. Sloan furnished us with what I consider, or I assume, is the correct figure, the $199,000.
Well, Mr. Magruder did in substance inform you that he, Magruder, was prepared to commit perjury if necessary to prevent the complicity from being disclosed that there was complicity in this matter in the committee to re-elect the president.
That is correct, yes. Senator.
And nobody, so far as you know, attempted to dissuade him from that course of action.
I didn't, Senator, and I know of no one else attempting to dissuade him.
Now, after Liddy made a revelation to you and Mardian in your apartment, at this meeting in your apartment, Mardian informed John Mitchell about what Liddy had said, didn't he?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Yes. And where did you get the money that you paid to these lawyers and for the benefit of these lawyers and their clients?
$81,000 came from the committee to re-elect the president.
And where did the remainder come from?
$30,000 came from Mr. Ulasewicz. $330,000 came from Mr. Strawn, and there was a $14,000 contribution from Mr. Babcock.
Well, did Mr. Strawn tell you that, or rather, do you know whether or not that $300,000 that came from Mr. Strawn was a part of the $350,000 which Mr. Strawn had carried in a briefcase from the offices of the committee to re-elect the president to Mr. Bob Haldeman in the White House?
That is my understanding, Senator.
How did you find out that there was this $300,000 was available?
Senator, I was aware of the $350,000 fund in the White House, and when there was a need for funds for my activities, I inquired of Mr. Mitchell whether it would be possible to use this money for these purposes, and he suggested that I take this up with Mr. Dean, which I did, and subsequently these monies were made available.
And this $300,000 was all handled in a cash transaction.
That is correct.
And it was common knowledge, that is knowledge on your part and Mr. Dean's and apparently Mr. Mitchell's, that Mr. Bob Haldeman, the chief of staff of the president, had in the White House somewhere in excess of $300,000 in cash which he'd received through Mr. Strawn from the committee to re-elect the president.
Senator, I was aware of the money in the White House. As to who controlled it or who actually had possession of it, I did not know. I had no knowledge of that.
You didn't have any knowledge of what?
as to who actually had possession of the money or who controlled it. I did not have that knowledge.
Didn't Mr. Strong tell you? Or Mr. Dean?
Senator, I can't recall any conversation with Mr. Dean in which he outlined who controlled this fund or who had possession of it. It was just always referred to as a White House money.
Yeah. Well, don't you agree with me that it would have been far more appropriate to have kept this money in the bank rather than in the White House?
Well, Senator, I guess it would be more appropriate, my understanding, that the money was originally transferred to the White House for their own private polling purposes. As to the appropriate, how appropriate this is, I really didn't give it much consideration at that time.
Well, don't you agree in light of hindsight that it wasn't very appropriate to use money contributed to elect the president to keep defendants, to keep burglars silent?
I would agree with that, Senator. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I can't resist the temptation to philosophize just a little bit about the Watergate. The evidence thus far introduced or presented before this committee tends to show that men upon whom fortune had smiled beneficently and who possessed great financial power, great political power, and great governmental power undertook to nullify the laws of man and the laws of God for the purpose of gaining what history will call a very temporary political advantage. The evidence also indicates that possibly the efforts to nullify the laws of man might have succeeded if it had not been for a courageous federal judge, Judge Sirica, and a very untiring set of investigative reporters. But I come from a state like the state of Mississippi where they have great faith in the fact that the laws of God are embodied in the King James Version of the Bible. And I think that those who participated in this effort to nullify the laws of man and the laws of God overlooked one of the laws of God, which is set forth in the 7th verse of the 6th chapter of Galatians. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Mr. Chairman, whatever few mundane questions I might have to follow up, I don't believe I really need to ask. I think the record is complete. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
I can't resist the temptation. I've already been cautioned that my analogy to the Revised Standard Version instead of the St. James Version may be controversial, so I'll refrain from that. But I might just say, Mr. Chairman, that as we have with other witnesses, I want to thank Mr. LaRue for his testimony. I think it's unique. I think it's useful. I think it's important. I think that it is in conflict and corroboration with other testimony that we've received. And at some point, the committee will have to turn its attention, presumably, to the matter of weighing the evidence if we can't reconcile those conflicts and deciding where the truth lies. we'll turn to whatever sources of information we can receive or gain access to in that respect. But I think we ought to conclude with this witness, as we have with others, by saying you've made a valuable contribution to the record, and for my part, we're grateful for it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
On behalf of, I would like to order at this time, if there's no objection on the part of any member of the committee, that the Xerox copies of the correspondence which Mr. Benson has furnished the committee be printed at this point in the body of the record. Mr. Benson, do you have I think you have a
yes,
statement.
Sir. The committee will indulge me for about 2 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I have the transcript of yesterday's hearing, and there's one matter I should straighten out before Mr. LaRue departs. On page 4,579, Mr. Dash asked a question. As a matter of fact, it is quite possible that you were out of the room at certain times. This refers to the March 30 Key Biscayne meeting, which we've heard so much about. Mr. LaRue, that's a possibility. I have no recollection of that. Mr. LaRue told me this morning that he was replying in the time frame of the discussion of the memorandum about the Liddy plan. In fact, as Mr. LaRue had told the staff previously, he has a specific recollection of being in and out of the room several other times, may have been out of the room, but has no specific recollection at this time.
Well, thank you very much. And Mr. LaRue, on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for the complete cooperation which you have given the committee in this matter.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator, for your courtesy. Have a staff.
Excuse me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Council will call the next witness.
Mr. Robert C. Mardian, will you please come to the witness table?
Mr. Martin, will you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the evidence that you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Will you please state your name and your residence for the record?
My name is Robert C. Mardian. My address is 2323 North Central Avenue, Phoenix, Arizona.
Now, I observe that you're accompanied by counsel. Will counsel please identify himself for the purposes of the record?
My name is David Bress. I'm a lawyer in Washington, D.C.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. James Hamilton, Assistant Chief Counsel, will ask the questions of this witness.
Mr. Bress, I understand that you have a brief statement that you want to make before you begin.
Yes, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mardian has conferred on 2 occasions with the United States Attorney's Office in May 1973 before his appearance before the grand jury on May 7. In those conferences and grand jury appearance, Mr. Mardian at no time asserted any constitutional privilege he might have, and he asserts none today. He did, however, on my advice, assert the attorney-client privilege insofar as questions related to conversations he had with Mr. Liddy on June 21, 1972. But as to all other attorney-client communications with other persons, no privilege was asserted because we were satisfied that such other persons had waived the privilege. Accordingly, by a prearrangement with the United States Attorney's Office, when questions were propounded before the grand jury relating to his communications with Mr. Liddy, all counsel proceeded to Judge Sirica's court on the same day and argued the matter. After taking it under advisement, the court ordered the questions to be answered, and this was done. Later, Mr. Mardian spent 2 days conferring with the staff of this committee on June 1 and July 14, 1973. All questions were fully answered, and he now stands ready to answer any further questions after he makes a short introductory statement, a copy of which has been furnished to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I ask a question to make sure I fully understand the burden of counsel's statement? Is it insisted that there is an existing extant attorney-client privilege between the witness and Mr. Liddy on the occasion described that is advanced today?
No, sir. I have made the point that the attorney-client privilege was asserted, but that we feel bound by the determination on that question by Judge Sirica on May the 7th, the day when he appeared before the grand jury, and we will comply with that ruling so that no privilege on the attorney-client basis is being asserted today in any form.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was born in Pasadena, California, October 23, 1923, and I graduated from law school in 1949. From that time to 1969, except for my involvement in my family business in Phoenix, Arizona, I was engaged exclusively in the practice of law, either in private practice or as general counsel from 1962 to 1969 for a financial institution. In 1969, I was appointed general counsel for the United States Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, which title I held until September 1970. During the period commencing January 1970 until November 1970, I was also the executive director of the Cabinet Committee on Education, which was charged with the responsibility of implementing the administration's school desegregation policies, principally in the southern states. From November 1970 until May of 1972, I was Assistant Attorney General, Internal Security Division, Department of Justice. Commencing May 1, 1972, until the election, I was employed at the committee to re-elect the President. On November 10, 1972, we moved from Washington, D.C., and we have since that time resided in Phoenix, Arizona, where I have been engaged in business with my 3 brothers. Almost from the beginning of my tenure at the Justice Department, there were rumors in the press and other public media that the Attorney General, John Mitchell, would leave the Department of Justice sometime in 1971 to head the 1972 presidential campaign. There were also rumors starting in the fall of 1971 that I would be leaving the Justice Department to assist Mr. Mitchell in the campaign effort. I do not recall discussing with Mr. Mitchell his intentions regarding the campaign until the fall of 1971. As best as I can recall, he told me that it had not been finally decided whether or not he would be heading the campaign effort. I cannot recall discussing my possible involvement in the campaign with him until sometime in January 1972. I had agreed with my wife, prior to that time, to leave the administration at the end of the President's first term. In anticipation of this, we took advantage of an opportunity to sell our home in McLean, Virginia, and in January 1972, we moved into an apartment in Washington. Although I had never discussed with Mr. Mitchell my specific role in the campaign, I agreed in February of 1972 to accept Mr. Mitchell's invitation to join the campaign organization, which I did on May 1, 1972. I was, as has been testified to, appointed originally as a campaign coordinator. But with respect to the events which are the subject of this committee's inquiry, I should point out that I had not, in my capacity as one of the political coordinators or otherwise, been consulted, advised, or favored with any information relating to the Dirty Tricks campaign which has now come to light, much less given a hint of any proposed burglary or electronic surveillance. I was not included in the inner circles of knowledge. Until my help was needed as a lawyer. And if I make no other point in this brief prefatory statement, I would like it in the record that as of the morning of June 17, 1972, I was relieved of my political responsibilities to the extent possible and charged with the responsibility of acting as counsel to the committee, at least as far as the Watergate was concerned. I accepted this responsibility with the understanding that I would obtain the assistance of independent legal counsel and that I would be relieved of this legal responsibility when they were sufficiently acquainted with the facts to handle the matter. I should also like to make it clear that I was and probably still am one of the attorneys of record in the litigation pending between the Democratic National Committee and the Committee to Re-elect the President and others. It was as a lawyer and not as a political associate that those persons confided in me, and this was made clear to me not by implication but by express statement, and that it was as a lawyer and not as a political protege that I agreed to maintain the fiduciary obligation not to disclose that which was confided in me. If this be the basis of the broad-brush charge of cover-up, then it is a charge that every lawyer must answer under our adversary system of criminal justice, a system that requires a lawyer to respect the confidence of his client until waived by the client, no matter how helpful it might be to the lawyer to disclose. I adhered to this principle in seeking a court ruling on the attorney-client privilege before testifying in May before the grand jury. In light of the court's ruling and the waivers resulting from the testimony of others, I feel no constraints now and can fully discuss the facts with which I am familiar without causing the public or the bar to feel that I have not fully adhered to the duty of a lawyer to respect his client's confidence. I would also like to say at this point that the information that I received on the morning of June 17 and June 21 was the most shocking experience in my entire legal career. The facts thus learned thrust me into a situation which I can only compare in terms of personal anxiety to being caught in quicksand. Commencing the morning of June 17, 1972, information was imparted to me bit by bit, much of it contradictory, which drew me inexorably into an intolerable and at times unbearable situation of personal conscience, a situation in which I was precluded from acting according to the dictates of my personal desires or interest, a situation in which ultimately my only hope was the selfish one of not becoming implicated in the conduct of others who I felt it my duty to serve. I am not at all sure of the exact sequence of events or all of the times, the places, and the parties present, but I shall attempt to relate as fairly and as candidly as I can the history of the Watergate as I learned it. That concludes my statement. I'm prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mardian. Now, you stated in your statement that you are now engaged in a family business.
Yes, sir.
And I wish you would identify what business this is for the record and state your position with this business.
The business is Mardian Construction Company, and I'm a vice president of Mardian Construction Company.
And is that in Phoenix?
Yes, sir.
Now, by way of background, Mr. Mardian, did you participate in the presidential campaign of 1968 in
Yes,
Mr. Nixon's behalf?
Yes, sir.
And what duties did you have in this campaign?
I was the Western Regional Director for the campaign and had the responsibility for liaison in the western states.
And how many states did that entail, Mr. Mardian?
It varied. Originally it was 6, and I believe later it was 12.
Now, after the election, as you have testified, you joined the new administration.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've already given us your government positions and your tenure in each, so I don't want to dwell on that. But I do want to ask you several questions about your government experience. Now, while you were heading the Internal Security Division, did you have responsibility for the prosecution of the criminal case against Dr. Ellsberg?
Yes, I did.
And were you also given in the spring of 1972 the task of guiding the Kleindienst nomination through the Senate?
Yes, sir.
During your government experience, did you work closely with John Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
And do you still maintain a close relationship with John Mitchell?
My relationship was a close professional, personal relationship. I have not maintained I still consider him my friend, but I have not talked to Mr. Mitchell or seen Mr. Mitchell since the inaugural. I believe I talked to him on the telephone at or about that time in connection with an appointment.
Now, I believe in your statement you testified that on the 1st of May you joined the re-election committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you come to the re-election committee at John Mitchell's behest?
Yes, sir.
Now, accepting any functions that you later received in regard to the Watergate matters, could you tell us what your major duties were at the committee to re-elect the president? And would you also tell us what the official titles of your positions were?
When I first got there, the situation was I can only describe it as a state of confusion. I had no title. I had assumed, and I think in fairness I should say that this assumption was purely subjective on my part, that I was going to the committee to be Mr. Mitchell's deputy. When I got there, there wasn't even an office for me, and it wasn't until, I don't know when it was in the point of time, that a memorandum was sent to me indicating that I, along with 4 other people, would be appointed as political coordinators.
Did you maintain the position of political coordinator during your entire stay at the committee, or did you subsequently have a change in title?
I believe after, it may have been after the convention, I'm not sure, it may have been after Mr. McGregor came over, I was, I believe, named a special assistant or assistant to the campaign director. I'm not quite sure on the timing of that.
Could you give us, in a nutshell, your duties in regard to the campaign, excluding, as I said before, those that you took on in regard to Watergate?
As I've tried to indicate, there were organizational problems at the committee when I got there, and the title campaign coordinator was never really defined for me. I devoted most of my time in the 5 or 6 weeks before Watergate to primarily the political organizations in the western states, much the same as I had done in '68.
Mr. Mardian, you said in your statement that you had no knowledge of the plans and activities that led to the break-in at the Democratic National Committee headquarters on the 17th of June. Did you, prior to June 17th, 1972, have knowledge of any covert intelligence plans or operations that had as their purpose the gathering of information for political purposes?
None whatsoever, and I have been involved in numerous campaigns, and it's the first time I've ever heard of this type of activity in a campaign. It may have gone on, but I never was aware of it.
When did you first learn of the break-in at the Democratic headquarters?
On the morning of June 17th.
And where were you at that time?
I was at the Airporter Hotel in Inglewood, California.
Would you please relate to the committee in some detail how you were first informed of the break-in and what details you were told at that time.
I had made arrangements to have Mr. Mitchell meet with the party people and the CRP people in California. It was a large meeting scheduled, the initial meeting at 11 o'clock that morning with a joint meeting of the various county chairmen from the two organizations, the regular party organization and the CRP. We were on our way to the hotel, from one hotel to the other. We were following a limousine in which Mr. Mitchell and Governor Reagan were riding, and present with me were the national committeemen from California, Mr. Magruder and Mr. LaRue. And Mr. Magruder told me in the car on the way to the airport that he had a slight PR problem he wished to discuss with me. I suggested to Mr. Magruder that if it was a PR problem, that he was better able to handle it than I was. I had arranged the meeting, and I knew most of the people there, and Mr. Mitchell didn't. He told me that it was a PR problem that required a lawyer. I attempted to elicit from him in the car what it was, and he indicated, I believe more by gesture, that he could not speak in the presence of the national committeeman from California. When we arrived at the airport or hotel, and I believe it was around 11 o'clock or sometime a few minutes before, Mr. Magruder detained me and said that it was essential that he brief me on his PR problem, and that Mr. Mitchell had told him to tell me to forget the meeting until I got the information he was to impart to me. I don't know for sure where this briefing took place. I've heard the testimony of witnesses, and it's hard to remember what I've heard here and what occurred, but to the best of my recollection, we went to a banquet room immediately adjoining the large meeting room where the political meeting was to take place. I thought that Mr. LaRue was with us. I heard his testimony this morning, which would indicate that possibly he wasn't. My recollection is that Mr. LaRue was present when Mr. Magruder briefed me. He told me that he had had a call, and again, my recollection originally was that it was from Mr. Odle. It is now that it was from Mr. Liddy. Mr. Odle did call me about the Watergate subsequently. That he'd had this call from Mr. Liddy and had been informed that Mr. McCord, who was a security officer for the committee, along with 5 Cuban Americans, maybe 4, I'm not sure, had been arrested in a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters. He told me that the people arrested had all had fake ID cards, which Mr. Hunt had procured for them from the CIA, and that although they were incarcerated, the identities of the accused was not known. He told me that, I guess in response to my question of how and why, he told me that Mr. Liddy was some kind of a nut. He should have suspected that something like this would happen. He regretted that he had not insisted on firing him when he attempted to some weeks or months before. I believe there was more that he told me, and it's difficult to recall extemporaneously now. Oh, I believe that came later. I've given testimony to the staff, and on 2 occasions I may have left something out.
Well, Mr. Mardian, did there come a time later that afternoon when you had a further discussion with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue, Mr. Magruder and Mr. LaRue, as to the details of the events surrounding the break-in?
Counsel has just reminded me there was one other thing that I was informed of at that time, and that was that this was, I'm sorry, may I add?
If you'd like to answer my previous question, go ahead. In other words, about your first information.
He also told me, I believe, that this was not the first break-in of the Democratic National Headquarters.
Did Mr. Magruder tell you the source of his information that this was not the first break-in?
Mr. Liddy.
Now, did there come a time later that afternoon when you had a further discussion on the events surrounding the break-in with Mr. Mitchell and Magruder and LaRue?
Yes, and here again, when we say Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue, I can't say for sure that all parties were present at all times. I do recall a discussion with these gentlemen, or some of them.
What further facts did you learn in this discussion?
I don't know when I learned it, but I learned it soon after we left the airport. As I recall, there were a series of meetings starting at 11 and ending, my memory in this regard is based solely on the schedule, which a copy of which your staff furnished me, or the U.S. attorneys furnished me. Mr. Mitchell, the last event on the schedule was a press conference at 1:30, and I believe that press conference must have lasted a half an hour or so, and assuming we got back to the Beverly Hills Hotel at 2:30 or thereabouts, I would guess. He told me that the people arrested had all had fake ID cards, which Mr. Hunt had procured for them from the CIA, and that although they were incarcerated, the identities of the accused was not known. He told me that, I guess in response to my question of how and why, he told me that Mr. Liddy was some kind of a nut. He should have suspected that something like this would happen. He regretted that he had not insisted on firing him when he attempted to some weeks or months before. I believe there was more that he told me, and it's difficult to recall extemporaneously now. Oh, I believe that came later. I've given testimony to the staff, and on 2 occasions I may have left something out.
Well, Mr. Mardian, did there come a time later that afternoon when you had a further discussion with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue, Mr. Magruder and Mr. LaRue, as to the details of the events surrounding the break-in?
Counsel has just reminded me there was one other thing that I was informed of at that time, and that was that this was, I'm sorry, may I
If you'd like to answer my previous question, go ahead. In other words, about your first information.
He also told me, I believe, that this was not the first break-in of the Democratic National Headquarters.
Did Mr. Magruder tell you the source of his information that this was not the first break-in?
Mr. Liddy.
Now, did there come a time later that afternoon when you had a further discussion on the events surrounding the break-in with Mr. Mitchell and Magruder and LaRue?
Yes, and here again, when we say Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue, I can't say for sure that all parties were present at all times. I do recall a discussion with these gentlemen, or some of them.
What further facts did you learn in this discussion?
I don't know when I learned it, but I learned it soon after we left the airport. As I recall, there were a series of meetings starting at 11 and ending, my memory in this regard is based solely on the schedule, which a copy of which your staff furnished me, or the U.S. attorneys furnished me. Mr. Mitchell, the last event on the schedule was a press conference at 1:30, and I believe that press conference must have lasted a half an hour or so, and assuming we got back to the Beverly Hills Hotel at 2:30 or thereabouts, I would guess, maybe 2:45, quarter to 3, 2:45. I'm not quite sure. I learned soon after we got back. It could have been in the car, but I would doubt it, since there was a driver who was a stranger. It was a hired car, hired limousine. That one of the purposes of the break-in was to fix a bug that had been previously placed in the Democratic National Headquarters that wasn't working. I don't recall any more input on the break-in as of that time.
Well, was there a discussion that afternoon about a budget that had been approved for dirty tricks and black advance.
Yes, I believe that that was told to me by Mr. Magruder at the airport or hotel. And in other words, during that briefing, one of the items I think he told me there, I'm not certain of the sequence of events, but I believe that was the time.
Now, Mr. Mardian, I think after 2 months we know what dirty tricks refers to, but could you explain the term black advance?
I'll attempt to the best I can. I'd never heard the expression before, and I assumed when they told me about it that it was for black advance men. I learned, however, that a black advance was a counter advance that was carried on against the opposition candidates or persons acting on their behalf. In other words, an attempt to disrupt the advance schedule of the opposition.
Did Mr. Magruder inform you who had approved the budget for dirty tricks and black advance?
Yes.
And whom did he say?
He told me that the budget had been approved by Mr. Mitchell.
And did Mr. Mitchell later that afternoon confirm that he had approved such a budget?
I'd like to put it this way. It's my best recollection that I think the subject was discussed and he didn't deny it.
Did Mr. Magruder or Mr. Mitchell...
Pardon me, but I'm trying to be eminently fair. I'm not positive that it was discussed, but I feel that it was because I was trying to get at the facts. I didn't know the facts. I hadn't heard of black advance or dirty tricks, and it certainly must have come up in the discussion. And again, it may have come up when Mr. Mitchell wasn't in the room. I want to be fair on that point.
Well, what is your best recollection as to whether Mr. Mitchell was in the room when that was discussed?
That is my best recollection. I'm trying to be fair, however. When you ask about meetings, and I've heard all types of meetings took place in Mr. Mitchell's office and other places. With respect to Mr. Mitchell's office, anytime anybody walked in the room, as I understand it, his secretary would log it, and that was a meeting. Sometimes you'd walk in to see that there was somebody else that was there and walk out, and you attended a meeting. And I hate to characterize a formal meeting where he sat down and admitted that he had approved a black advance budget. That's my best recollection, that he was present and that I discussed it.
And if counsel will excuse me for interjecting this remark at this time, I don't know any way that any human being can testify as to a past event except by giving his best recollection.
Thank you.
Mr. Mardian, while in California, did you receive an assignment from Mr. Mitchell regarding the Watergate matter?
Could you be more specific?
All right. Did Mr. Mitchell assign you to deal with the legal matters that might arise in connection with the break-in?
Yes.
And Mr. Mardian, while in California, did you make several telephone calls to Mr. Liddy?
I believe that my records show that, which I have turned over to the committee, and these are records of calls that I turned into the committee to re-elect the president, that I talked to Mr. Liddy on three occasions. The records show three, and there were three, but one of the ones the record shows was not a call to Mr. Liddy, as I recall.
Do you remember when these calls took place? On Saturday or Sunday?
The first time I talked to Mr. Liddy, I believe, was on Saturday, and that was not a call from me to him, but a call from him to me, as I recall. It's possible I may have returned the call, but That's my best recollection.
Did you also talk to Mr. Liddy on Sunday?
I talked to Mr. Liddy on Sunday twice, as I recall.
Now, can you give us the best recollection you have of the substance of these 3 telephone calls?
The first telephone call was as I recall, was an urgent demand on the part of Mr. Liddy that I return to Washington. He had indicated in that call, as I understand it, that Mr. Magruder was going to return. He did not want Mr. Magruder to return. He wanted me to return. He was very reluctant to, not only reluctant, he refused to use the telephone to discuss anything about Watergate. He did, however, make some derogatory remarks about Mr. Magruder. That's all I recall about the first telephone call.
Would you go on to the second and the third, please?
I had told Mr. Liddy that about the plans that I heard that Mr. Magruder was going to return. I would communicate with Mr. Mitchell, and I would let him know.
And the final telephone call?
Well, that was the first telephone call. The second telephone call, as I recall, was when I called to tell him that I was not going to return and that Mr. Magruder had returned.
And what was the final telephone call?
Final telephone call was with respect to a call I got from Powell Moore. Powell Moore called me on Sunday. I previously testified that these conversations, I testified originally that they were Sunday. I was told that they were on Saturday. I wasn't sure. I have now checking the records of the calls that these calls took place on Sunday. Powell Moore called me to tell me of an occurrence the previous day. He said that he wanted me to know, for Mr. Mitchell to know, that Mr. Liddy had told him in his presence that he had received a call from Mr. Mitchell, that Mr. Mitchell had instructed him to go see Mr. Kleindienst and to have Mr. Kleindienst get the Watergate burglars released from jail. He told me that he did not believe that these instructions came from Mr. Mitchell. He told Mr. Liddy that he should not contact Mr. Kleindienst, that when he realized that he was in fact going to contact Mr. Kleindienst, he went with him. That Mr. Liddy made contact with Mr. Kleindienst at the Burning Tree Country Club, and that in order to advise Mr. Kleindienst that he was not to pay any attention to Mr. Liddy, he said he stood behind Mr. Liddy so that Mr. Liddy could not see him, but that Mr. Kleindienst could, and shook his head violently as he could so that Mr. Kleindienst would know that what he was telling him was an untruth. He told me that Mr. Kleindienst, in effect, had told Mr. Liddy to go to hell, and as I understood it, went on playing golf. I then called Mr. Kleindienst. I think I told Mr. Mitchell about it, and Mr. Mitchell was amazed. I believe I then called Mr. Kleindienst to tell him that Mr. Mitchell had given no such instructions, and Mr. Kleindienst told me, I believe, that he was satisfied that he hadn't given any instructions, and in effect said, keep that, use an adjective, away from me. I then called Mr. Liddy and reprimanded him. I told him that Mr. Mitchell had given no instructions and that he had committed a very embarrassing error on the part of the Attorney General.
Mr. Mardian, I want to read to you a portion of Mr. Magruder's testimony that is found at page 1910 of the record. We knew that Mr. Mardian, who was there, was a closer friend of Mr. Liddy's than any one of us. And Mr. Mitchell asked Mr. Mardian to call Mr. Liddy and ask him to see the Attorney General, the current Attorney General, Mr. Kleindienst, and see if there was any possibility that Mr. McCord could be released from jail.
That statement is not true.
Mr. Mardian, can you suggest any reason why Mr. Magruder would falsely testify as to such a phone call on your part?
I don't think Mr. Magruder would intentionally falsely testify. The subject of the Liddy trip to see Mr. Kleindienst was much discussed. Mr. Liddy's position, or the story that Powell Moore told, was that, as I recall, that John Mitchell had called Liddy. Here again, I can't fathom the reason that that's the way it came out in his memory. I think Mr. Liddy would be the one to answer that question. And I can't imagine why Mr. Magruder would say that I was a friend of Liddy's, or a close friend of Liddy's, whatever he used to describe it. I had not seen Mr. Liddy, to my knowledge, except possibly in the hallway or once or twice from the time I was at the committee. And I certainly wouldn't be classified as a friend of his by anybody that knows me.
Well, if Mr. Liddy did not act pursuant to a request from you by telephone, can you give us any help as to what prompted Mr. Liddy to make this visit to Mr. Kleindienst?
I can't help you on that. And if you examine what was asked, I was asked to call Liddy to see Kleindienst. Mr. Mitchell would have instructed me to call Kleindienst myself. I didn't need an intermediary for him. Mr. Kleindienst is a close friend of mine.
Mr. Mardian, when did you leave California to return to Washington?
We left on the morning of the 19th, I believe.
And when you arrived in Washington, where did you go?
I went home.
About what time did you arrive?
I've been unable to fix that. All I can recall, my recollection, my wife's recollection, is that it was dusk, which would place it in the neighborhood of 8 o'clock or a little after.
Now, after arriving at home, did you go directly to Mr. Mitchell's apartment?
Yes. When I say directly, I helped with the bags, and I was on the plane for 5 hours. I may have.
And do you know what time you arrived at Mr. Mitchell's apartment?
I have no recollection.
If you suspend for just a moment, there's a boat signal. There's a boat signal on the clock, and it's 12:20 now. The chairman is temporarily away from the table. I think this might be a good time to recess, and the committee will stand in recess until 2 o'clock.
As James Hamilton interrupts his examination of Robert Mardian for a luncheon recess, we're going to take a short break. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim LaRue.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Ervin is about to reveal what everyone at the time thought was a resolution to the presidential tapes issue. As you will see, however, the settlement was short-lived.
I am pleased to announce that Secretary Schultz has called me and advised me that the President has decided to make available to the committee tapes of conversations which may have been had with witnesses before the committee and which are relevant to the matters which the committee is authorized to investigate. Secretary Schultz has further advised me that the President will meet with me at a convenient time, meet with me in my character as chairman of the committee, at a convenient time next week, and arrange procedures by which these tapes can be made available to the committee. I am very much gratified by this information. I think the information will enable the committee to expedite its investigation, and I think it was a very wise decision on the part of the President.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I join in expressing my great delight at the decision of the President communicated to you by Secretary Schultz. I want to commend you as well and the members of the committee for handling this matter in a way that permitted this accord and this agreement to take place. The committee, I believe, forbore from trying to create a legal confrontation that might have jeopardized the possibility of negotiating a settlement to this controversy. It would appear that the White House has shown its spirit of cooperation in response. I have nothing but commendation for the committee, especially for the chairman and for the President, in negotiating a rather delicate situation involving a most fundamental concept, that is, the doctrine of separation of powers, in a way that avoided a confrontation and will apparently give this committee access to relevant parts of extremely important information bearing on critical features of this inquiry. Thank you.
I'd like to take this occasion to add these words. I don't believe that any investigating committee in the history of the Congress has been able, as we have been thus far, to investigate such highly controversial matters as we have been investigating with such unanimity of agreement among the committee members as to the steps to be taken, and with more wonderful cooperation on the part of all the members of the committee. Counsel may resume the interrogation of the witness.
Mr. Mardian, when we broke for lunch, we were discussing the meeting in Mr. Mitchell's apartment on the evening of June 19th, and I would like to return to that in my questioning. Who was present at that meeting, Mr. Mardian?
Based upon my reconstructed recollection, I would say Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Dean, and I believe there was one a person from the Office of Public Information, and I'm not sure on that.
Was Mr. LaRue at that meeting?
Mr. LaRue.
Now, is there a possibility that the PR person, the press spokesman, actually met the party at the airport and did not return to Mr. Mitchell's apartment?
It's possible, because I don't have a very clear recollection of that meeting.
Would you give us, to the best of your recollection, the topics that were discussed at this meeting?
The only two things I recall of that meeting is that there was a need for a statement from the Office of Public Information for Mr. Mitchell. I don't recall discussing it or participating in it. I don't recall what the event was. I recall discussing the need for obtaining the resources of a law firm, because I believe it was announced that day, or we were informed that night, that a lawsuit was going to be filed the next morning by the Democratic National Committee against the Committee to Re-elect the President. And my best recollection is that there was a discussion as to who we should retain.
And did you have the responsibility for securing lawyers for this purpose?
Yes, sir.
And which lawyers did you eventually retain for this?
I retained Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien.
Is that Ken Parkinson and Paul O'Brien?
Yes, sir.
And they're both local attorneys, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at this meeting, was there any discussion as to burning or otherwise destroying a gemstone file or any other sensitive file?
Not in my presence. I never heard the word gemstone until this investigation this year came out. I will say that I left that meeting rather early. I wasn't there very long. I made numerous telephone calls that night from my apartment, calling local counsel, people that I knew, getting recommendations for lawyers. And I know that I wouldn't have been calling late in the evening and bothering people, but I called a number of lawyers and talked to them about the relative merits of different law firms and different lawyers.
Well, do you remember any discussion at all of a sensitive file as opposed to the destruction of a sensitive file?
No, sir.
Mr. Mardian, I'd like to read portions of Mr. Magruder's testimony to you and Mr. LaRue's testimony to you of yesterday and receive your comments. First, from Mr. Magruder's testimony at page 1913 and 1914. Mr. Dash, did you have a meeting on that evening, the evening of June 19th, when you came back to Washington in Mr. Mitchell's apartment? Mr. Magruder, yes. Mr. Mitchell flew back that Monday with Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian. We met in his apartment with Mr. Dean, Mr. Mardian, and myself, and the general discussion again was what were we going to do about the problem. It was again we had very little information. We did not, of course, know what type of investigation would then be had, and we talked about types of alternative solutions. One solution was recommended in which I was to, of course, destroy the gemstone file. So I called my office and Mr. Dash. That solution came up as a result of that meeting, Mr. Magruder. Well, I think, yes, it was generally concluded that that file should be immediately destroyed. And now reading from Mr. LaRue's testimony of yesterday at pages 4589 and 4590, Mr. Dash, you said Mr. Magruder asked what he should do about these sensitive files, Mr. LaRue. Yes, sir. Mr. Dash, did he get a response to that, Mr. LaRue? As I remember, there was a response from Mr. Mitchell that it might be a good idea if Mr. Magruder had a fire. Now, previous to that testimony, Mr. LaRue had testified that you were at that meeting. Do these portions that I have read of the testimony refresh your recollection as to what was discussed?
I heard the testimony, and I've just read Mr. Dean's testimony, or Mr. Magruder's testimony, I'm sorry. No such discussion took place in my presence.
Yeah.
I think I would have recalled such a discussion had it taken place in my presence.
Well, are you aware of any testimony by Mr. LaRue and Mr. Magruder that you left the meeting before destruction of the gemstone file?
I don't think anybody asked him that question, and I don't think anybody asked Mr. LaRue when I arrived. Maybe they did. I don't know.
But you know of no statement by Magruder or LaRue, here or otherwise, that you were not present at this meeting when the destruction of the gemstone file took place?
Well, I haven't talked to them.
And Mr. Mardian, did you, in the several days following June 19th, have an occasion to interview Mr. Liddy?
Yes.
And who else was present in this interview?
Mr. Fred LaRue.
Now, Mr. LaRue testified at page 4595 that this meeting was on June 20. Do you concur in that testimony?
No. And I might state that there is doubt in my mind as to what the date of that meeting. I originally, in response to questions put to me by the U.S. attorneys, fixed that date of that meeting as the 21st or the 22nd. They told me that the meeting took place on the 20th. We finally settled on the 20th or 21st. And I believe I told your committee that it was the 20th or 21st. In checking my records, I would have to say that the meeting took place on the morning of, and again I could be mistaken, the morning of June the 21st.
What is it in your records, Mr. Mardian, that indicates to you that the meeting took place on this day?
On the worksheet which has been turned over to your committee, I note that I got a call from Gordon Liddy. And it coincides with my earliest recollection that I did not meet with Mr. Liddy at least on the first day of my return. I'm not saying that that's absolute. I just, my earliest recollection was the 21st or 22nd, and I think I have testified that it could be the 20th or 21st, but I would have to say that it was the 21st.
Is it your recollection that this meeting with Mr. Liddy took place in the morning of the 21st?
This is purely surmise based upon that call. It looks to be the first call that I noted. And my recollection is he said he was leaving that day for Los Angeles.
I notice in your diary that there are numerous meetings scheduled on June 21st. One at 8, one at 8:30, one at 9:30, one at 10, one at 11, and one at 12 that appears to have been canceled. Would this heavy load on the morning of the 21st suggest to you that perhaps the meeting took place on the 20th?
That cross mark doesn't indicate a cancellation. I think you'll find that cross mark on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which was the time I was supposed to exercise, which I didn't. I note that the meeting, there's one, for instance, with a gentleman at 8:30 and then another one at 10 o'clock. I don't think I met with that gentleman twice on that day. One appears to be a rescheduling. And the fact that I haven't noted in my book doesn't mean I kept the appointment. I'm trying to give you my best recollection, and that's...
How did this meeting come about, Mr. Mardian?
Well, my recollection differs with that of Mr. LaRue. And again, Mr. LaRue could be right. My recollection was Mr. LaRue told me that Mr. Liddy wanted to talk to me. I recall whether it was Mr. LaRue that told me this or Mr. Liddy to come to my office. Mr. Liddy was reluctant to come to my office. He wanted to meet someplace else. And we met in Mr. LaRue's apartment. I believe that more than anything else was the basis for my belief that it was Mr. LaRue that arranged for the meeting and indicated that we could meet in his apartment.
Mr. Mardian, I wondered, in your own words, if you would, in some detail, tell us what occurred at this meeting and tell us what information that Mr. Liddy imparted to you.
My recollection is pretty vivid. I may forget some of the items that he disclosed to me, but I'll try not to. We arrived, Mr. LaRue and I arrived at his apartment, and soon thereafter, Mr. Liddy came into the room. The first thing he asked Mr. LaRue was whether or not he had a radio. Mr. LaRue indicated a radio which was in the corner of the living room. Mr. Liddy went over and turned the radio on and asked me to sit by the radio in a chair, and he sat in a couch, as I recall, that was next to an end table that the radio was on. He apologized to me by saying something to the effect that it's not that I don't trust you, but this conversation can't be recorded. My inference from that was he thought I had some kind of a device on me, or possibly something in the room, I don't know. And again, I'm going to have to say that I don't recall the sequence of events in which he related these things to me. But I do recall that he said that he wanted to hire me as his lawyer, as his personal attorney. I told him that I was acting as attorney for the committee and that I could not relieve myself of that responsibility to represent him. He then said it was imperative that he be able to talk to me in confidence and that under no circumstances could I disclose what he told me. I told him that since he was an employee of the committee and I was acting as attorney for the committee, he could talk to me as a client to a lawyer and that I would maintain his confidence, but that I would have to be at liberty to disclose what he told me to Mr. Mitchell. At first, I believe he demurred, and I told him that was the only basis on which I could talk to him. One of the things that he told me was that he had a message from Mr. Hunt, that Mr. Hunt felt that it was the committee's obligation to provide bail money to get his men out of jail. At that time, these people were incarcerated in the D.C. jail. I was interested in finding out what had occurred, and I interrogated him as to the events of the evening of June 16th morning of the 17th. And he related to me what had occurred about the break-in. He told me that they had planned, as I recall, to break into the McGovern headquarters that same night. About the arrest of the 5 people, Mr. McCord and the others, their flight. He indicated to me that there was nothing to fear because the only person that could identify Mr. Liddy was Mr. McCord, and Mr. McCord would not divulge his identity, that the Cuban Americans were old soldiers who had worked in the CIA with Mr. Hunt since the Bay of Pigs, and that they would never under any circumstances disclose Mr. Hunt's identity, and that the committee had nothing to fear in that regard. I told him that based upon what he had related to me, the events of that evening, one of which included, as I recall, his sitting on the shoulders of one of the men at a distance, I don't recall, some 300 feet or 300 yards, and shooting out a light behind the Democrat committee headquarters. I pointed out to him that a person that he was that intimate with would certainly be able to identify him. Pointed out that he told us he'd spent some time in the room with these people in their hotel room. They had eaten, that his fingerprints would be all over the place. He kept insisting that there was no chance that he would be identified. I tried to convince him he would be identified. His best bet was to give himself up rather than try to wait for them to arrest him. He discounted this possibility. He did, after some discussion, indicate that it was possible that he could be arrested. But I inquired of him as to because of the news accounts of the arrest and the apparent bungled effort, that the possibility that someone in the group had it in mind that they would be arrested to embarrass the committee to re-elect the president. He discounted this completely by saying that this group had been operating together for some considerable period of time, that they were all real pros, that they had engaged in numerous jobs. And when I asked him what kind of jobs, he said, "We pulled two right under your nose." I inquired as to what he meant by that, and he said that they had invaded the office of the psychiatrist of Dr. Ellsberg, and that they were the ones who got Dita Beard out of town. I expressed my strong displeasure with respect to pointed out that the worst thing that happened in the hearings was that Dita Beard had disappeared. I asked him, because of the Ellsberg break-in, what, if anything, they'd obtained. He told me that they had obtained nothing, that they had searched all the files and couldn't find his record. I asked him on whose authority he was operating, and I wish to be very careful here because I don't know that he used the name of the president, but the words he did use were clearly meant to imply that he was acting on the express authority of the President of the United States with the assistance of the Central Intelligence Agency. I made some notes of I asked him what information they had obtained. He told me that the purpose of making this entry, that this entry was not of his doing, that neither he nor Mr. Hunt thought it was a good idea, that they had obtained nothing from the bug that they had previously implanted in the place. He told me that the only thing they had ascertained from that bug was the fact that somebody at the Democrat National Committee was talking to somebody at the Democrat National Committee was talking to the people, or a person, at the committee to re-elect the president, that although he and Mr. Hunt were against the entry, that Mr. Magruder...
Would you suspend just for a minute, Mr. Witness? Anybody who wants to leave the room should do so now so we don't have disruption during the witness's testimony. Now, would the officer close the door, please, so we can have quiet in the witness room?
Thank you very much. You can proceed.
I think I was saying that he explained that neither he nor Mr. Hunt felt that any additional entries would be fruitful, but that they had made the entry at the insistence of Mr. Magruder. I recall again inquiring as to why the stupid adventure seemed to me to be the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard of. As a politician or as a person that had political experience, I couldn't understand what they would hope to get out of the Democratic National Headquarters before they even had a candidate, much less afterwards. Party headquarters, at least Republican Party headquarters, are very sterile during this period of time. And, he could not answer the question for me, other than to say that he was carrying out his orders.
Mr. Mardian, did Mr. Liddy mention what type of budget he was operating under?
I was asked the question about the budget this morning, and I responded both to you and to the chairman. And I stated that...
Excuse me, I have to interrupt this. It appears that a hoax has been perpetrated upon the committee, at least upon the chairman of the committee. I was called to the telephone just before the lunch period. I was told before I went to the telephone that Secretary of the Treasury Schultz was calling and wanted to speak to me. I went to the telephone, and the voice at the other end of the line informed me that it was Secretary of the Treasury Schultz. I'm not familiar enough with the voice of the Secretary to be able to identify it, and so I just assumed that the person at the other end of the line was Secretary Schultz. And he made the statement, which I reported to the committee and the news media on this microphone. In the meantime, there had been communications between the counsel, White House counsel, Mr. Garment, and the staff, and Mr. Garment professed ignorance of any matters of that kind, and as I understand, an investigation was made, and Mr. Schultz, Secretary Schultz, was contacted, and Secretary Schultz then stated that he had had no such conversation. So I had his office called and asked that he be placed on the phone, and so I was informed a few minutes ago. The reason I put it this way, because I hate to have my faith shattered in humanity, but I was called to the phone and informed, I was informed that Secretary Schultz was indeed on the phone, and I went to the phone and had a conversation with the man who really assured me he was the real Secretary Schultz. And he informed me that he'd had no conversation with me today, that whoever did it was somebody else, that the only conversation he's had with me recently by telephone rather he called me yesterday to tell me that something about the White House, the witnesses from the Secret Service. So it's just an awful thing for a very trusting soul like me to find that there are human beings, if you can call them such, who would perpetrate a hoax like this. Additional information which I received from counsel, and which counsel assures me that they received by telephone and not in person, and which they believe was received by White House counsel is to the effect that the President has a request of the committee under decision and will reach some decision about it tomorrow. So, notwithstanding, early next week, yes, early next week. So, notwithstanding the fact that my trust in humanity has been grossly abused by someone, I'm going to, and notwithstanding the fact that some people think a telephone is an instrument of the devil anyway, I'm going to assume that the information which counsel received at one end of the telephone line from somebody at the other end was indeed information conveyed to them by White House counsel, and that the recent information is correct.
Mr. Chairman, it would be helpful if we could have found a secure telephone. But in any event, I, too, would view with great distaste the apparent hoax that's been perpetrated on the committee. The fact that it was received here on a confidential phone number in the committee room would seem to add credence to the call on first blush, and I can fully understand the situation as it transpired. I would say for the record, however, that the thanks that I expressed and the admiration I expressed for the accommodation of both parties still stands as an advance payment on what I hope will still happen. So.
And I would add that the commendation I visited on the committee members still stands, and I would like to expand it to include both the majority and the minority staff members. And I trust that nobody in the future will attempt to deceive and mislead a trusting and unsuspicious individual like the chairman of this committee in any such fashion. In other words, the counsel suggests that we've had some talk about dirty tricks. I think it's a unanimous opinion of this committee that this was the right dirty trick.
We have no idea what this witness has said.
Mr. Mardian, I believe a minute ago we were talking about what Mr. Liddy told you about the budget that he was operating under.
And I think I responded that earlier or this morning I mentioned the budget matter in a conversation with Mr. Mitchell present in California. It's possible that subject came up after my discussion with Mr. Liddy because Mr. Liddy told me, and it may have been for the first time, that he was operating under a budget approved by Mr. Mitchell and the White House during that June 21st meeting, if it is the 21st.
And just to make the record clear, Mr. Mardian, did Mr. Liddy also say to you that the operations that he had been involved in, such as the Ellsberg burglary and the Dita Beard incident, had the approval of the President and the CIA? Is that a correct paraphrase? If not, please correct me.
As I told you before, staff, I don't recall, I can't say that he said the President of the United States, but the words he used or the word he used were meant to imply that, and that's the impression he left with me.
That they had been approved by the President. That was your impression?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did Mr. Liddy mention to you that he had shredded any documents?
Yes, in trying to demonstrate to me that there was no way of tracing him, he told me he had shredded every bit of evidence that would have linked him to this operation as well as all our other operations. He told me he'd even gone home. He has a habit, he told me, or a hobby, I should say, of collecting soap from the various hotels. he had taken the soap wrappers off and saved the soap and shredded all the soap wrappers. He also told me that during this process he had shredded all of the $100 bills that he had in his possession that were new and serialized.
Now, before I move on, have we exhausted the contents of this meeting to the best of your recollection?
Yes, Mr. LaRue reminded me of another. He told us quite a bit that morning, and it may seem comical now. It certainly didn't seem comical to us at the time. He did make the statement that the committee could be assured that he would never talk, and if they doubted that as Mr. LaRue testified, he would, if we would just tell him what corner to stand on, he was ready to be assassinated.
What did you do with this information, Mr. Mardian?
I went immediately. I shouldn't say, as soon as I could get access to Mr. Mitchell, I disclosed to him. I may not have disclosed all of this to him, but
and you think it was the same day that you reported to Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. My counsel advises me that despite my notes, I neglected to tell you a very important part of another aspect of what he told me. In explaining to me that they were a purely professional outfit, he told me that Mr. Hunt was the planner of the Bay of Pigs, the chief planner, as I recall, that he was extremely popular, I think he said like a god in the Cuban community of Miami, that this was an explanation of why these Cuban Americans would follow him to death, and that no one would disclose anything as far as they were concerned, that they were absolutely loyal, had worked with him for a number of years, had been working with them in these operations, and I don't wish to bring anybody else into it by implication, but he said that one of his friends in the Cuban community and one of the leaders was a particular person. I am not sure, and if I use the identification, I may be identifying the wrong person, because at staff meetings, I heard some of the staff members start mentioning some names, and I'm not even sure that the person was of the character that I described, but that he was extremely wealthy. And I told Mr. Liddy that I did not think Mr. Mitchell would approve the use of committee funds to bail out the defendants, and he should so advise Mr. Hunt, and that it seemed to me that if Mr. Hunt had such good connections in the Miami community, that they should look to that community for the bail money.
When you spoke to Mr. Mitchell, did you transmit this request for bail money to Mr. Mitchell?
Included amongst all of the other matters that I related.
And specifically in regard to the bail money, what was Mr. Mitchell's reaction?
Mr. Mitchell told me that under no circumstances would bail money be forthcoming, and for me to call Mr. Liddy and tell him. And I did so.
Will you tell us the rest of your conversation with Mr. Mitchell? I don't want you to repeat everything that you told Mr. Liddy, but I would like to know what Mr. Mitchell said to you.
I can't recall. Oh, he asked me if Mr. Liddy, I might say that Mr. Mitchell appeared to be as sincerely shocked as I was when I got this information. He asked me if Mr. Liddy had disclosed any other of the activities of this group that had been arrested, and Mr. Hunt and himself. And I told him that he had not disclosed any others to me.
Did Mr. Mitchell confirm or deny that he had approved the budget for Mr. Liddy's operation?
I don't think he did. I don't think
He made no comment in any way as to whether or not he had approved the budget?
Not at that time. That discussion took place later.
A discussion on whether he had approved the budget took place later?
Well, the discussion didn't start out in that vein. It took place when I confronted Mr. Magruder. I asked Mr. Magruder, in the presence of Mr. Mitchell, I believe the next day, or soon thereafter as I could, how much money he had given Mr. Liddy. In addition, I forget the general nature of the entire conversation. I asked him whether he directed Mr. Liddy to go in there. He denied it. I asked him how much money he had given Mr. Liddy. He said he had authorized Mr. Sloan to give Mr. Liddy $40,000. I asked him what he thought the $40,000 was for. It seemed to me a sizable sum of money. Mr. Mitchell expressed the same concern.
You spoke to Mr. Mitchell. Did you transmit this request for bail money to Mr. Mitchell?
Included amongst all of the other matters that I related. And
well, specifically in regard to the bail money, what was Mr. Mitchell's reaction?
Mr. Mitchell told me that under no circumstances would bail money be forthcoming, and for me to call Mr. Liddy and tell him. And I did so.
Will you tell us the rest of your conversation with Mr. Mitchell? I don't want you to repeat everything that you told Mr. Liddy, but I would like to know what Mr. Mitchell said to you.
I can't recall. Oh, he asked me if Mr. Liddy, I might say that Mr. Mitchell appeared to be as sincerely shocked as I was when I got this information. He asked me if Mr. Liddy had disclosed any other of the activities of this group that had been arrested, and Mr. Hunt and himself. And I told him that he had not he had not disclosed any others to me.
Did Mr. Mitchell confirm or deny that he had approved the budget for Mr. Liddy's operation?
I don't think he did. I don't think
He made no comment in any way as to whether or not he had approved the budget?
Not at that time. That discussion took place later.
A discussion on whether he had approved the budget took place later?
Well, the discussion didn't start out in that vein. It took place when I confronted Mr. Magruder. I asked Mr. Magruder, in the presence of Mr. Mitchell, I believe the next day, or soon thereafter as I could, how much money he had given Mr. Liddy. In addition, I forget the general nature of the entire conversation. I asked him whether he directed Mr. Liddy to go in there. He denied it. I asked him how much money he had given Mr. Liddy. He said he had authorized Mr. Sloan to give Mr. Liddy $40,000. I asked him what he thought the $40,000 was for. It seemed to me a sizable sum of money. Mr. Mitchell expressed the same concern and wanted to know, how he could have spent $40,000 already because the campaign had just started. Mr. Magruder replied that to Mr. Mitchell that he had authorized $250,000, and this seemed but a very small part of that sum. That's how the $250,000 budget matter came up.
Well, at some occasion during that week, wasn't there a discussion between Mr. Magruder and Mr. Sloan as to the actual amount that had been approved?
I don't recall being present at that discussion, other than it's been testified that I confronted the two of them in Mr. Mitchell's presence. That may very well have occurred. I don't have a present recollection. But after talking to Mr. Magruder, I then interrogated Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan told me that he had been authorized by Mr. Magruder to disperse in the neighborhood of $200,000, which shocked me even further. I asked him if he was sure of the amount. He said he had not calculated the exact amount, but that it was his opinion that it was in the neighborhood of $200,000. That he'd already dispersed.
Now, did Mr. Magruder immediately agree with Mr. Sloan that this was the amount?
No, I then went to Mr. Magruder, and I asked him if he was sure that he had only authorized the disbursement of $40,000. He said, well, are you talking about total disbursements or disbursements to Mr. Liddy? And said that I had only asked him about how much money he had authorized for Liddy. He said the figure was $75,000 because he authorized $35,000 to Mr. Porter. Subsequent to that, and again, I don't know the sequence of events. I can only guess as to the days. It must have been in the period June 23, June 24. Mr. Sloan came to me quite upset and said that he had talked to me in confidence and that I had disclosed to Mr. Magruder what he told me about the $200,000. He said, in effect, I thought you were the only one I could trust, and I can't even trust you. And I told him, well, with the discrepancy we had, I had to somehow find out where the truth lay. I talked, as I recall, to Mr. Sloan on that day, and I believe this was the Saturday before he left. Now, I may have had a discussion with him privately as he has testified in my office, and another one in the presence of Mr. Mitchell, as others have testified in Mr. Mitchell's office where a confrontation took place. But I had a rather lengthy discussion with Mr. Sloan on that occasion with respect to his possible liability for violation of the election campaign law. And my recollection of that conversation is a little different than Mr. Sloan's.
Did Mr. Sloan feel like he was being pressured into telling a false story by Mr. Magruder or anyone else?
I'm not sure. Yes, he did, but I'm not sure whether it was on that occasion or when he came back from his trip. I'm not sure when we had that discussion.
But he did at some time communicate to you his fear that he was being pressured.
Yes.
Now, did you subsequently confirm that the budget that had been allocated to Mr. Liddy was actually $250,000?
To this day, that matter has never been confirmed to me. I never appraised of the fact that there had been any agreement on the amount of the disbursement. I think Mr. Sloan's testimony that it was $199,000. If you want my opinion, that's the figure I accepted. But he did not give me that figure on that day, or he gave me that figure, I believe, after his return from his trip.
He told you that he had dispersed $199,000.
I believe after he returned from his trip, he told me that he had reconciled his books and it was $199,000.
And Mr. Magruder never admitted to you that that was the correct amount?
No.
Now, Mr. Mardian, while we're talking about money, let me ask you if you are aware that around $80,000 was passed in late June of 1972 from Mr. Stans and Mr. Sloan to Mr. LaRue.
I was not aware of that.
You were not aware of that transfer?
No, sir.
You played no part in that, in the transfer of that money?
Based upon the testimony that I've heard here, I apparently did.
Well, let me read Mr. Stans' testimony to you and ask you for your comment. After speaking about the fact of the transfer, Mr. Stans had this to say. At that time, it was understood within the committee that Robert Mardian had been brought to Washington to work on legal matters that were current at the time, and I went to him for advice. His advice, after he found the description of the money, was to get the money out of the office and out of the campaign, and he suggested that I give it to Fred LaRue. Now, does that refresh your recollection?
I recall the testimony.
Do you agree or disagree with the testimony?
I disagree with the testimony.
Can you suggest why Mr. Stans would so testify?
Yes, I started to say I had this long discussion with Mr. Sloan about his possible involvement in violation of campaign contributions. And Mr. Sloan considered me, I believe, a friend, and he came to me for that advice. And amongst the things we discussed with respect to his possible liability was the fact that he had failed to report cash on hand in the prior reporting period, and that he had dispersed funds without reporting it. I might say that when he came to see me on that occasion, he was almost paralyzed with fear. He professed to not have intended to do anything wrong. I told him that he should reconstruct all of the disbursements that he had made, and that if he did this and reported those disbursements and deposited the funds on hand and report before the next reporting date and make that report, that all he would be guilty of, in my opinion, was a technical violation of the law because a full disclosure would have been made, but simply one reporting date later, if he had no knowledge of the uses for which the money was used. And I gathered that he agreed with me that that money should be put in the bank and reported. He had a sense of relief as a result of that conversation. It was the same conversation where we were discussing the discrepancy in the funds. I told him that I wanted to get together with him on the following Monday. I believe this was late Saturday afternoon. And it was at that time that he told me that he and his wife had planned for some time a 10-day trip to either Bermuda or the Bahamas, someplace similar, that his wife was, I believe, pretty well along in her pregnancy, that she was very overwrought over the Watergate affair. He was concerned for her health and hoped that he would not have to stay. It was I that told Mr. Sloan that if he did go, it would look very bad, especially in view of the fact that we were having GAO inquiries, that there was this large discrepancy, that he was the only one that could solve it. He reiterated that his wife's health was in the balance. I told him I would talk to Mr. Mitchell and let him know. I talked to Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell thought it would be very bad if he left the next day, for me to try to talk him out of it, but that if he felt he had to go for his wife's health, to let him go. I called Mr. Sloan that Saturday evening and I said, take your wife on her vacation, but be sure that your number is with your secretary and that you can return on 24 hours notice. And he thanked me. Now, subsequently, when he returned, and I presume it was shortly after his return from his trip, as I recall, he had resigned prior to this time, but he hadn't, in fact, left. He'd handed in his resignation, but he was still working with Mr. Stans. And I cannot fix the date. It could have been early July. He came to my office, and as I recall, there was somebody else in there, and I don't know who it was. He came in unannounced, and he said he had cleared out his safe, or was clearing out, that he had funds, cash funds, for Mr. Stans, that Mr. Stans was not there, that Mr. Stans told him to leave it with Mr. LaRue, that Mr. LaRue was not there, that he had called Mr. LaRue, and Mr. LaRue said to leave it with Mr. Mardian. I told him that I did not want to be responsible for cash. I did not have a safe. The only thing I had was my desk drawer, and that if he felt that that was a safe place, it was okay with me if I had no responsibility. He said Mr. LaRue would be by to pick it up soon. I left my office. I had to go someplace. I was not there, and Mr. LaRue called me from my office soon thereafter and asked if Mr. Sloan had left some money for him, and I told him it was in my second right-hand drawer. He apparently was at my desk. He said, I got it, thanks. Now, that's all I know about that transaction.
And it is your testimony that this money was not transferred upon your legal advice?
No, sir. The funds were not to go to Mr. LaRue, but to Mr. Stans, and I think Mr. LaRue so testified this morning. I subsequently had a conversation about this matter with Mr. Stans, and there is a definite disagreement. Mr. Stans asked me if I recall giving him this advice. I told him I did not recall giving him this advice. This would be entirely contrary to what I did tell Mr. Sloan for sure and what I thought I'd told him. The money should be deposited in the bank and reported on the next reporting date. Mr. Stans' reply to me was, somebody gave me that advice. And I said, well, Maury, it wasn't me. He said, well, Duke and I have discussed it. And he said, unless you can come up with something better, Duke and I have agreed that that's the way it's going to come out. And that's my only recollection. And as counsel says, the date of that call, he called me on May 1 of this year, a couple days before I was to testify before the U.S. Attorney's Office.
So, Mr. Mardian, I see that you were reading from a piece of paper. Is that a note that you made at the time of that phone call?
Yes.
And I wondered if we might, Mr. Chairman, put a copy of that in the record for clarity.
The date on this is wrong. It says May 1, 72. It was May 1 of 73.
I was going to ask you about that, Mr. Mardian. You sure that's a transcription of a call that came in May of this year?
It's not a transcription of the call, but when, and I don't want to, you can read this two ways. You can read it, well, I don't want to put any bad connotation on it as far as Mr. Stans is concerned, because Mr. Stans, as long as I've known him, is an honorable man. I just took this, I took it the way I took it, and I wrote it down as it came over.
Well, if counsel will pardon me for interjecting myself at this point, I've practiced law a long, long time, and I found out that the recollections of honest men as to a conversation often disagree, because none of us have perfect memories, or at least very few people do, if any.
Mr. Chairman, may I say a word? I furnished a copy of this handwritten memorandum made purportedly by Mr. Mardian at the time of the conclusion of that telephone conversation with Mr. Stans on May 1, 1973, and I furnished a photostatic copy of this to the staff of the committee on yesterday. But we note now that the date written on it is May 1, 1972. We would like that changed on the basis of the witness's testimony to 73.
That will be okay, all right, and we will admit the copy rather than the original in the evidence, and let Mr. Mardian retain the original.
Mr. Mardian, I'd like to move on as quickly as we can. Beside those conversations you've already mentioned...
Pardon me, may I say something? And it wasn't $80,000 that Mr. Sloan left with me. I didn't count it, didn't look at it, but it wasn't any $80,000.
Well, I might ask you how you know it wasn't $80,000 if you didn't count it.
Well, he told me that he told me what sum it was when I asked him, Mr. Sloan, and figure that sticks. I don't have any present recollection, but somebody asked me originally in your staff if it was 40,000, and I didn't think it was that high, but had it been an $80,000 figure, I certainly would have remembered it being something in excess of 40.
Well, let me turn to another subject, Mr. Mardian. Beside those conversations you have already mentioned regarding bail money, did you ever have any discussions with anyone concerning payment of monies to the defendants in the Watergate case?
As to the payment of monies?
To the payment of money.
There were 3 instances where I recall discussions concerning payment of money. The first was the one I have related, was the conversation with Mr. Liddy. On a second occasion, I was told by Mr. O'Brien, who was one of the counsel that I had hired, that Mrs. Hunt had come to him to talk to him and I don't recall that there was much of a conversation. She apparently had come thinking she was going to get money from him. And as I recall what Mr. O'Brien told me, and he would be the best one to discuss it, when she asked Mr. O'Brien who he worked with or for, and he said Mr. Mardian, and she said, apparently, as I recall, she had to terminate the conversation. She said she couldn't talk to him. He asked why, and she said, my husband says he's a straight arrow and not to have anything to do with him. The third instance was an occasion in my office, and my office was used by the attorneys because it did have an office and an anteroom, and that's generally where they were. And I was getting increasingly involved back into the campaign. Mr. Bittman and an associate from his office came there while Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien were there. And after exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Bittman, I had not met him before, and I had to leave. But before I left, Mr. Bittman said something about his client was very upset about his attorney fees or something to that effect. Later, we were having a meeting in the conference room with all of the attorneys from the two offices, and I happened to arrive at the same time that Mr. Parkinson arrived. And I asked him, what was all that about? And he said, oh, nothing. He was saying it facetiously. Bittman wants $25,000 attorney fees, and his client thinks that the committee ought to pay it. I told him I thought it was blackmail. And Mr. Parkinson, I think, concurred. We could not talk any further about it. I thought that was the end of the discussion, and we went into the meeting with a firm of attorneys.
Mr. Mardian, are these the only three discussions that you recall regarding money?
The only three, and I never heard of any money or money demands other than those three occasions.
Mr. Mardian, I'd like to read you a portion of Mr. Dean's testimony and ask you to comment on this, please. Mr. Dean was responding to a statement found in what is now known as the Buzzhart Memo, which read like this. It was Dean who suggested to General Walters on January 6 that CIA pay the Watergate defendants while in jail. And Mr. Dean, in commenting on this particular passage, said this: I believe I have explained that, Senator, in that I reported also at one point in time to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Mardian about the gray theory. That theory prompted Mr. Mardian, as I recall, to suggest that the CIA might be of some assistance in providing us support, and he also raised the question that the CIA might have a very, very proper reason to do so because of the fact that these were former CIA operatives. Mr. Mardian, do you remember a conversation of this sort?
I don't recall that conversation. I do recall a discussion, and there may have been discussions concerning CIA involvement, and I can tell you that whatever point in time that was, it was my opinion that the CIA was involved for a number of reasons. And I don't recall any money demands as such, but and the only ones I recall are bail, to bail the defendants out. And I may have said CIA ought to take care of its own people, or if it's a CIA problem and not a committee problem. That would be my best recollection.
Mr. Mardian, did you become aware in the summer of 1972 that Mr. Kalmbach, Mr. Herb Kalmbach, was going to be asked to raise money for the Watergate defendants?
No.
And did you learn sometime before the election that the monies raised by Mr. Kalmbach were insufficient and that there was pressure from the defendants for additional funds?
I never heard that Mr. Kalmbach was involved in that type of activity, and I know Mr. Kalmbach, and I'm I'm the most surprised person in the world that Mr. Kalmbach would be asked to do it and would get involved in it.
Mr. Martin, if you'll bear with me for a half a minute, I'd like to read you two passages from Mr. Dean's testimony. The first is found at page 2211. After my meeting with General Walters and subsequent meeting with Haldeman and Ehrlichman, I informed Mr. Mitchell that there could be no CIA assistance. To the best of my recollection, this occurred on the afternoon of June 28th in a meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office, and I believe that Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian were also present. There was a discussion of the need for support money in exchange for the silence for the men in jail, and if the CIA could not do it, they would have to find money somewhere else. Mr. LaRue indicated that Mr. Stans had only a small amount of cash. I believe he said $70,000 or $80,000, but more would be needed. After some discussion, which I cannot recall with any specificity at this time, Mr. Mitchell asked me to get the approval of Haldeman and Ehrlichman to use Mr. Herbert Kalmbach to raise the necessary money. And now I'd like to read from page 2259 of Mr. Dean's testimony. Having explained the status of the cash at the White House, I must now return to the pressure that was being placed on the White House for the use of these funds, which I have just described for payments to the 7 indicted individuals. This pressure began long before Election Day, in that Paul O'Brien was receiving messages from William Bittman, Hunt's lawyer, that Hunt and others expected to have more money and attorney's fees in exchange for continued silence. The initial payments by Kalmbach had not been sufficient. O'Brien reported this frequently to Mitchell, Mardian, LaRue, and myself. Mr. Mardian, can you explain the discrepancy between your recollection and Mr. Dean's recollection?
Well, let me say this. I never recall any approach or demand or discussion with Mr. Paul O'Brien other than the one that I have related. The discussion that Mr. Dean refers to, I think he says, I believe Mr. Mardian was there. In going through the testimony of some of these witnesses, counsel and I have found instances where people say, I believe he was there when I wasn't even in town. I might point out that I don't know what the date of this conversation was, but commencing on or about July 15th, I started phasing out of the Watergate so-called other than conferences at Mr. Mitchell's request with respect to advice he wanted in connection with the civil litigation. I think everybody involved knew how distressed I was and how I wanted out of Watergate. And I believe as of July 13th, I had, in effect, I know I took Mr. Mitchell and Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Parkinson and Mr. O'Brien to Mr. Mitchell's office and said, they're taking over. And I don't think anyone would have communicated that type of demand to me, either out of compassion or friendship or what. They knew Bob Mardian wanted out, and I didn't want to be involved in Watergate or its ramifications.
But it is true, isn't it, Mr. Mardian, that you had a number of meetings with Mr. Parkinson and O'Brien from July 13th up until October. Isn't that correct?
I would say yes. I don't know when you say numerous. Whenever the occasion demanded, I would meet with them. We had several lawsuits that were then pending and others that were about to be filed, some by the Democratic National Committee and some by individuals within the Committee to Re-elect the President. I was, of course, an attorney of record in the case, and I think out of courtesy they would call me. I sat in on meetings concerning the civil litigation, but I never sat in on any meeting with Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Parkinson where there was any discussion about payments.
So Mr. Dean is just dead wrong in his testimony. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think you can characterize it as dead wrong when you said he says, I believe.
He also says Mr. O'Brien reported this frequently to Mitchell, Mardian, LaRue, and myself. That is, the need for more money.
I think Mr. O'Brien would be the best one to testify as to what he reported to me and not Mr. Dean.
We'll ask him. And Mr. Mardian, did you ever state to John Dean that you wished to read the FBI 302 report?
I'm sorry, sir. My counsel was talking to me.
Did you ever state to Mr. Dean that you wished to read FBI 302 reports regarding the Watergate investigation?
It's the last thing I wanted to read.
Did you read those reports?
No.
Did you ever suggest to Mr. Dean that the FBI was being too aggressive?
No.
And that Mr. Gray should slow down his investigation?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Mardian, let me read to you from Mr. Dean's testimony at pages 2199 and 2200. It was after I showed a copy of the July 21st report to Mr. Mitchell that Mr. Mardian insisted that he be permitted to see the FBI reports. Mitchell agreed and thought that Paul O'Brien and Ken Parkinson should also see them. I recall that when Mardian, O'Brien, and Parkinson finally came to my office to look at the reports, they realized that they were not very meaningful. It was Mr. Mardian, however, who became very excited because of the scope of the investigation that Gray was conducting and the tone of the cables he was sending out of headquarters. Mardian clearly thought that Gray was being too vigorous in his investigation of the case and was quite critical of Gray's handling of the entire matter. He demanded that I tell Gray to slow down, but I never did so. Again, may I ask you to explain the differing views between Mr. Dean and yourself as to your activities regarding the FBI reports?
I can't explain Mr. Dean's testimony in this particular and in some others. My attitude at that time, as I tried to demonstrate in my opening statement, the date especially that he's talking about, I wanted nothing more to do with the Watergate. I didn't want to, the last thing I would want to do would be to see an FBI report. He indicates that for some reason that I was an active participant as late as the latter part of July, and I wasn't.
So Mr. Dean is dead wrong, then, in his statement?
On that score, he's dead wrong.
All right. Mr. Mardian, did there ever come a time when Mr. Magruder revealed to you his actual role in the Watergate affair?
Mr. Magruder never revealed to me even the amount of money involved, much less his role in the affair. And I would say this, as far as Mr. Magruder is concerned, I think Mr. Magruder recognized how I felt about the matter. And there was no discussion, open discussion at any time in my presence or in the presence of Mr. Mitchell or anyone else about his active involvement. I think that after my talking to Mr. Liddy, there was no need for him to tell me. I knew what I believed, and I just don't think Jeb wanted to get me involved any more than I was.
Did Mr. Magruder indicate to you that he was going to commit perjury before the grand jury?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you he was going to perjure himself at the trial?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you what facts he was going to testify to before the grand jury?
I never knew what he was going to testify to, even at the time he testified.
Did you know what he was going to testify to at the trial?
No, I didn't, because...
Do you know now?
Do I know what he testified to now?
Or did you know contemporaneously, let me say that, what he was testifying to at the trial?
No, I didn't.
Mr. Mardian, I want to read you some more testimony. I'd like to read you testimony from Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Magruder, and Mr. LaRue. First from Mr. Mitchell at pages 3578, 3579. Senator Ervin, you were also informed by Magruder that he, Magruder, was prepared to commit perjury when it went before the grand jury in August, rather than to reveal what he knew about these matters. Mr. Mitchell, that was correct, sir. Senator Ervin, yes. Well, did Mr. Mardian and Mr. LaRue ever talk to you about the Magruder proposal to commit perjury? Mr. Mitchell, they were present on an occasion or more in which Mr. Magruder stated what he was going to testify to. Now from Mr. Magruder's testimony, reading from page 2063 and 2064. Again, Senator Ervin is questioning. Then, for fear that the trial might be pursued by the prosecuting attorney and the committee to re-elect the president, they devised a cover-up story to the effect all of this money had been given to Liddy for him to engage in legitimate intelligence operations. Mr. Magruder, yes, sir, that is correct. Senator Ervin, that matter was discussed by you with Mitchell, Dean, LaRue, Strawn, Mardian, and all of those, was it not? Mr. Magruder, yes, sir. The senator again. And they all acquiesced in it and encouraged it. Mr. Magruder, yes, sir. And finally, from the testimony yesterday of Mr. LaRue at page...
Pardon me. Could I take these one at a time? What you're reading sounds like an indictment, and if I could answer I can't answer all three of them at the same time.
I'm quite happy for you to answer them one at a time.
I mean, it sounds to me like you're just reading all these statements people are making. And
I am reading statements that have been made to get your comment on them, because they seem to indicate that you knew what Mr. Magruder was going to testify to.
Well, and Mr. Hamilton, do you propose to ask him to comment at one time on all three statements?
That was my plan. I'm happy for him to comment in the...
All right, let's proceed on that way, and I'll answer as generally as I can.
I think it would be more appropriate to let him comment on each one. He may overlook something if you bunch them all together.
I'm quite happy to do that, Mr. Press. Would you like to comment on Mr. Mitchell's statement? Would you like it reread?
Yes, I'd like it reread.
Senator Ervin, you also were informed by Magruder that he, Magruder, was prepared to commit perjury when it went before the grand jury in August, rather than to reveal what he knew about these matters. Mr. Mitchell, that was correct, sir. Senator Ervin, yes?
Examination just a minute so Senator Baker can make a statement on behalf of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize to counsel and the witness for interrupting again, but I continue to be surprised almost daily at new developments. What I'm about to say now is not a new development, but a further comment on the previous development, the so-called hoax, the telephone call. Following that telephone call, the committee made a formal request of the Federal Bureau of Investigation for an investigation of that event. We've been informed that a similar request was made just prior to our request by the President and by the Attorney General. The investigation is now ongoing and will be pursued to whatever lengths it can be followed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I would suggest to counsel, and I understand the counsel is perfectly willing to accede to Mr. Mardian's request, that Mr. Mardian be permitted to comment on each of these questions, these matters one at a time. I think that is that he's entitled to do so.
Thank you.
Well, I will continue reading from Mr. Mitchell's testimony. The next question was, yes, well, did Mr. Mardian and Mr. LaRue ever talk to you about the Magruder proposal to commit perjury? Mr. Mitchell, they were present on an occasion or more in which Mr. Magruder stated what he was going to testify to.
Well, as I understand the statement, Mr. Mitchell is simply saying that I was present when he stated what he was going to testify to. Now, I was present at numerous meetings where Mr. Magruder was discussing the money amount. Now, to suggest that I knew he would be perjuring himself if he testified to amounts that he was telling us about, the answer would be yes, because I felt that what Mr. Sloan was telling me was the truth. But I don't think that what Mr. Mitchell is saying there is that he told me he was going to perjure himself.
I believe that you testified earlier that you didn't know what Mr. Magruder was going to say to the grand jury. And if I read this quote by Mr. Mitchell correctly, he says that you were present on an occasion or more in which Mr. Magruder stated what he was going to testify to. Now, is Mr. Mitchell wrong?
Well, Mr. Mitchell may be referring to the numerous discussions with respect to how much money Mr. Magruder said he gave or authorized Mr. Sloan to give Mr. Liddy and others. And I heard a number of those stories. The figure finally got up to $95,000.
Well, perhaps my question isn't totally clear. Were you present on an occasion when Mr. Magruder stated, I am going to go down to the grand jury and testify to the following facts?
No.
Let me read then from...
Counsel reminds me that you were asking that question, or I'll inquire, was that with respect to his testimony at the trial or before the grand jury? The one before the last question.
This is in respect to grand jury testimony.
No, the next to last question, the question relating to Mr. Mitchell's testimony.
The question that I just asked was relating to testimony before the grand jury.
The prior one, with respect to what Mr. Mitchell's testimony was.
That related to the grand jury.
I might say, I don't think I talked to a single witness who was about to testify who came to me that I didn't advise that they would have to tell the truth. Now, if people made statements in front of me contrary to the truth, I think they would be honest enough, if asked, to state that that's the only advice any of them ever got from me.
Well, in that regard, Mr. Mardian, let me read you Mr. Magruder's testimony. The question was, then for fear that the trail might be pursued by the prosecuting attorney in the committee to re-elect the president, they devised a cover-up story to the effect all of this money had been given to Liddy for him to engage in legitimate intelligence operations. Mr. Magruder: yes, sir, that is correct. Senator Ervin: that matter was discussed by you with Mitchell, Dean, LaRue, Strawn, Mardian, and all of those, was it not? Mr. Magruder: yes, sir. Senator Ervin: and they all acquiesced in it and encouraged it. Mr. Magruder: yes, sir.
I recall that testimony, and I recall those answers to the questions asked by the chairman, but I think if you go back and take the testimony of Mr. Magruder, his direct testimony, where he was asked as to who was involved, he enumerated a number of people and then added, and Mr. Mardian to some extent. Subsequently, when that question was asked, Mr. Mardian was no longer, to some extent, but involved with all of them. And I think I would have liked to have asked Mr. Magruder what he meant by "to some extent."
Can you suggest what Mr. Magruder meant by "some extent"?
I think he probably was aware of the fact that I, after talking to Mr. Liddy, knew of his involvement, and I would be less than honest if I didn't say that if Mr. Magruder went up there and testified that he was not involved, that he would be perjuring himself. If you want my personal opinion, I thought he was going to go up there and take the Fifth Amendment.
Well, did you know after he testified what he testified to?
I knew he was. No, I didn't. I knew he wasn't indicted, so he must not have taken the Fifth, and he must not have testified as to the truth.
So then you had some indication that Mr. Magruder had committed
perjury. Talking about the grand jury?
Yes.
Yes, I think I knew an awful lot, and I suspected an awful lot. I, to this day, don't know what the answer is, but as a lawyer, I felt, and it's the only solace I have, that all persons are entitled to the presumption of innocence. They have a right not for a lawyer not to make that judgment, but for a court to make that judgment. And I may have had very strong feelings about the guilt or innocence of a lot of people, and I have them now. But as a lawyer, I could not substitute my judgment for theirs, and I did what I felt I had to do in the premises.
Mr. Mardian, in the interest of time, I'm going to skip the portion from Mr. LaRue's testimony and move on to another area, if that is satisfactory with you. My next question is, did you ever suggest to Mr. Magruder that he erase certain entries in his diary relating to a meeting in Mr. Mitchell's office on February 4th where bugging plans were discussed, as we now know from testimony before this committee?
No.
In that regard, let me read you a section from Mr. Magruder's executive session before this committee. Mr. Dash was doing the questioning, and this was the question. Was it that time Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Mardian suggested you could erase the references in the diary? Mr. Magruder: that is right. Mr. Dash: did Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Magruder: I said you can't erase the diary because it would show somebody said the FBI could look at the diary. Now, could I have your comment on Magruder's testimony in this regard?
I just answered that I was not, that discussion never took place in my presence.
Mr. Mardian, I take it's fair to say that after your conversation with Mr. Liddy, you had a good indication that at least Mr. Magruder had been involved in some regard in the Watergate break-in. Is that correct?
Are you asking for my opinion as to what I believe?
I'm asking for your opinion.
Yes, I had the opinion that he was deeply involved.
And you were aware, were you not, in the summer of 1972 that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. McGregor were making statements proclaiming the complete non-involvement of anyone still connected with the committee, making public statements, public press releases?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Did you make any attempt to alter or prevent these statements?
The very first statement that Mr. Mitchell put out, I altered. That was in California. It was presented to me. I felt that it shouldn't go out in that fashion, that Mr. Mitchell could not make those flat statements. I changed it by interlineation. It was brought to me by Cliff Miller. And he said Mr. Mitchell wanted me to approve it before it went out. I made those changes. I took it to Mr. Mitchell. He agreed with all of them. I then saw the statement as it came out, and the changes had not been made. With respect to Mr. McGregor, I tried to see Mr. McGregor on numerous occasions concerning statements that were going out by the committee. And I recall one instance, and I was unsuccessful in that regard until the convention. He had made some very flat statements at the convention. I insisted on seeing him on that occasion. He saw me in his suite. And when I walked in, he appeared as if he was ready to walk out. And he said, I'm in an awful hurry, Bob, and I don't have much time. I said, you better take time for this. I said, you're making statements concerning the possible involvement of people in the campaign that I believe to be untrue. There are people involved in the campaign that have a tremendous exposure, Clark, and you better watch what statements you make, and you better let me brief you on it. He got very upset. He said, when I took the job, I was assured that there was nobody involved in the Watergate, still in the campaign. I'm relying on that, and I don't want to hear about it. I advised Mr. Mitchell that he should terminate Mr. Magruder. If you want to know the advice I gave, I advised him he should terminate Mr. Porter. I thought he agreed with me. He then told me that he couldn't do it. Subsequently, I advised Mr. Mitchell that there ought to be a memorandum written of all the facts as we knew them, at least put in the file to protect him. He instructed me to do so. Mr. O'Brien was to prepare the memorandum. Subsequently, I was told to forget the memorandum. They didn't want one. Now, I can't recall all of the exculpatory things I tried to do to protect myself and some of the people involved, but there were numerous of them.
Well, did you make a report to anyone else beside Mr. Mitchell and this abbreviated report to Mr. McGregor about what you knew?
No. You mean the Liddy conversation?
Yes, and the other facts you learned.
No.
Specifically, Mr. Mardian, did you have a talk with the President?
No, sir.
Did you have a talk with Mr. Haldeman?
No, sir.
Mr. Ehrlichman?
No, sir.
Mr. Colson? About this subject?
Mr. Hamilton, I was precluded, I felt, by the oath I took as a lawyer never to disclose communication made to me by Mr. Liddy. He disclosed to me, when I was trying to investigate one crime, the commission of other felonies. And I think I would have been remiss in my profession after giving him my promise to disclose to others the commission of other crimes.
Mr. Mardian, I wonder if you would explain that a little further. You have testified that you did not undertake an attorney-client relationship with Mr. Liddy. Rather, you represented the committee to re-elect the President.
No, I assured him that the attorney-client relationship would pertain as to that conversation since he was an employee of the committee and I was the attorney for the committee. The committee can only exist in its employees, people. I told him I could not act as his personal attorney.
This is the same privilege that Judge Sirica has now ruled was not applicable because Liddy already had contacted certain lawyers when he talked to you. Is that correct?
I believe the argument before Judge Sirica was not that the attorney-client relationship did not prevail by reason of any lack of bona fides on my part. The argument was made before Judge Sirica that I had been acting in good faith. They argued that Mr. Liddy had not been acting in good faith when he approached me, and that he was merely trying to use the client privilege and to use me. And I think the transcript of that proceeding will show that there was never any suggestion that I was acting in bad faith, and I think on more than one occasion they pointed out that my activities were in good faith. It was the activities of Mr. Liddy that were in question. And I still have doubts. I've taken the advice of my counsel. Mr. Liddy was not a party to that proceeding. And yet the man, regardless of what you think of him, has been held in contempt for refusing to testify, and yet here I am under court order required to testify as to what he told me when he was willing to go to jail not to talk. And it's an anomaly, and it's not one that I feel comfortable with.
Mr. Martin, you are aware as a lawyer that the attorney, as a general matter, that the attorney-client privilege does not cover communications relating to the continuing commission of a crime such as a conspiracy to obstruct justice, are you not?
Well, I don't think that I presume in the vacuum that's a correct question, but I don't think that's relevant to my discussion with Mr. Liddy.
Let me ask you just two more questions. First of all, were you an adherent to what we might call the Mitchell principle, that the re-election of the president was more important than almost anything else and certainly outweighed the revealing of the true facts on the Watergate matter and the White House horrors? Would you adhere to that principle?
You want my personal opinion?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know whether it's in hindsight. As I say, I did not feel that I could continue because of my own feelings. I've never practiced criminal law, and I don't know what criminal lawyers go through in carrying the burdens of their clients, but I couldn't practice criminal law. I think maybe a good criminal lawyer could have represented the committee with aplomb. I couldn't. And I wanted out, and I expressed it on at least three occasions. I quit and was induced to stay on the committee. And I was told that on July 11th that a new role would be found for me. A new role was found for me, and I was divorced from the Watergate activity from and after that date, except when people wanted to consult with me about specific aspects of the civil litigation. And I would point out that I saw Mr. Mitchell on numerous occasions, as the chart will disclose. But I would point out again, they were not all meetings. The ones that show up there as of 5:30, 6 o'clock, that was my ride home. It was not a meeting. Mr. Mitchell had a driver in a car, and he went right past my apartment, and his secretary would call at the time he was about to leave and say, "Mr. Mitchell's ready to leave." More often than not, he wasn't ready to leave, and I would wait for him. And from the chart, I see those are meetings. I was present either in his office or immediately outside his office. He didn't have an anteroom that was near his office. But from the middle of July on, I had taken on other duties.
Do you remember the question? The question, you not responded to the question. Was the
Pardon me?
The president the most important factor that everything else was on?
Are you through, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
I think my question was whether you considered that the re-election of the president outweighed all other considerations. What your personal opinion was.
Certainly didn't outweigh all other considerations.
My final question, Mr. Mardian, a number of people have testified in ways that appear to implicate you in certain aspects of the cover-up. I've read from Mr. Mitchell's testimony, Mr. Stans, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Dean, and Mr. LaRue. And to believe you fully, Mr. Mardian, we must at least partially, I believe, disbelieve these men, including Mr. Mitchell, whom I understand was once and perhaps still is your close friend. And my question is, why should we believe you and not believe them?
Pardon me. The only answer I can give is that I've tried to testify as to the best of my recollection and ability and belief.
I want to thank you for your attention during my lengthy questioning.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mardian, we've heard testimony now from all 5 participants in the meeting at Mr. Mitchell's apartment on June 19. It seems that Mr. LaRue and Mr. Magruder recall a conversation about the destruction of documents, and that you and Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean recall no such conversation. Do you recall whether or not you all arrived approximately at the same time on that occasion?
No, we keep referring to meetings, and I don't mean to say that Mr. Mitchell is an unstructured person, but people come and go in his office and in his when he's working, and my recollection is that most of the people were there, I guess, when I got there. I know that they were all there when I left, so I couldn't really say whether it occurred or didn't.
Was this at his apartment or his office?
It was in his apartment.
On this occasion. Did you go there directly from the airport?
No, I didn't.
When you arrived, do you recall who was present?
I can't recall anybody coming after me. In fact, I was sure that Mr. LaRue wasn't even there. That was my best recollection, but here, listening to the testimony, listening to Mr. LaRue, I have to assume he was there, and I've so testified.
What was the subject matter? What was your understanding as to what was going to be discussed and what, in fact, was discussed?
I didn't know. My best recollection is, and that's why I thought there was a person from the Office of Public Information present, that there was something had occurred that day that required a reply from Mr. Mitchell. The other thing that had occurred was an announcement that the Democratic National Committee had filed or was filing suit the next morning for $1.5 million, as I believe. And I received the next morning service of that complaint.
All right, Mr. Mardian, on June the 21st, as I understand it, you received a briefing from Liddy in the presence of Mr. LaRue as to what happened. You've talked about this attorney-client privilege situation that you had with Mr. Liddy. Did you also envision yourself in that same kind of relationship with the committee as a whole or other members of the committee?
Yes, I was representing the committee.
What period of time did that cover in your mind?
Well, as I say, I'm probably still attorney of record in that proceeding. I attempted and did, to the maximum extent possible, shift all the burden to the other two law firms as of around July 15th.
As a matter of fact, you requested that you not be interviewed by the FBI, I believe, for that very reason, did you not?
That's not true. The FBI interviewed me, and I offered to answer any questions that they would put to me regarding my conduct, my activities. I merely said that I could not answer questions which related to communications made to me, and they asked me numerous questions about my conduct.
But you did.
And I think the transcript of that proceeding will show that there was never any suggestion that I was acting in bad faith, and I think on more than one occasion they pointed out that my activities were in good faith. It was the activities of Mr. Liddy that were in question. And I still have doubts. I've taken the advice of my counsel. Mr. Liddy was not a party to that proceeding. And yet, the man, regardless of what you think of him, has been held in contempt for refusing to testify, and yet here I am, under court order, required to testify as to what he told me when he was willing to go to jail not to talk. And it's an anomaly, and it's not one that I feel comfortable with.
Mr. Martin, you are aware as a lawyer that the attorney, as a general matter, that the attorney-client privilege does not cover communications relating to the continuing commission of a crime such as a conspiracy to obstruct justice, are you not?
Well, I don't think that I presume in the vacuum that's a correct question, but I don't think that's relevant to my discussion with Mr. Liddy.
Let me ask you just two more questions. First of all, were you an adherent to what we might call the Mitchell principle, that the re-election of the president was more important than almost anything else and certainly outweighed the revealing of the true facts on the Watergate matter and the White House horrors? Would you adhere to that principle?
You want my personal opinion?
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
I don't know whether it's in hindsight. As I say, I did not feel that I could continue because of my own feelings. I've never practiced criminal law, and I don't know what criminal lawyers go through in carrying the burdens of their clients, but I couldn't practice criminal law. I think maybe a good criminal lawyer could have represented the committee with aplomb. I couldn't. And I wanted out, and I expressed it on at least three occasions. I quit and was induced to stay on the committee. And I was told that on July 11th that a new role would be found for me. A new role was found for me, and I was divorced from the Watergate activity from and after that date, except when people wanted to consult with me about specific aspects of the civil litigation. And I would point out that I saw Mr. Mitchell on numerous occasions, as the chart will disclose. But I would point out again, they were not all meetings. The ones that show up there as of 5:30, 6 o'clock, that was my ride home. It was not a meeting. Mr. Mitchell had a driver in a car, and he went right past my apartment, and his secretary would call at the time he was about to leave and say, "Mr. Mitchell's ready to leave." More often than not, he wasn't ready to leave, and I would wait for him. And from the chart, I see those are meetings. I was present either in his office or immediately outside his office. He didn't have an anteroom that was near his office. But from the middle of July on, I had taken on other duties.
You remember the question? The question, you're not responding to the question.
Pardon me.
The president, the most important factor that everything else is answered.
Are you through, Mr. Martin?
Yes.
I think my question was whether you considered that the re-election of the president outweighed all other considerations. What your personal opinion was.
Certainly didn't outweigh all other considerations.
My final question, Mr. Mardian, a number of people have testified in ways that appear to implicate you in certain aspects of the cover-up. I've read from Mr. Mitchell's testimony, Mr. Stans, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Dean, and Mr. LaRue. And to believe you fully, Mr. Mardian, we must at least partially, I believe, disbelieve these men, including Mr. Mitchell, whom I understand was once and perhaps still is your close friend. And my question is, why should we believe you and not believe them?
Pardon me. The only answer I can give is that I've tried to testify as to the best of my recollection and ability and belief.
I want to thank you for your attention during my lengthy questioning.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Thompson.
Mr. Mardian, we've heard testimony now from all 5 participants in the meeting at Mr. Mitchell's apartment on June 19. It seems that Mr. LaRue and Mr. Magruder recall conversation about the destruction of documents, and that you and Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Dean recall no such conversation. Do you recall whether or not you all arrived approximately at the same time on that occasion?
No. We keep referring to meetings, and I don't mean to say that Mr. Mitchell is an unstructured person, but people come and go in his office and in his when he's working, and my recollection is that most of the people were there, I guess, when I got there. I know that they were all there when I left, so I couldn't really say whether it occurred or didn't.
Was this at his apartment or his office?
It was in his apartment.
On this occasion. Did you go there directly from the airport?
No, I didn't.
When you arrived, you recall who was present?
I can't recall anybody coming after me. In fact, I was sure that Mr. LaRue wasn't even there. That was my best recollection, but here, listening to the testimony, listening to Mr. LaRue, I have to assume he was there, and I've so testified.
What was the subject matter? What was your understanding as to what was going to be discussed and what, in fact, was discussed?
I didn't know. My best recollection is, and that's why I thought there was a person from the Office of Public Information present, that there was something had occurred that day that required a reply from Mr. Mitchell. The other thing that had occurred was an announcement that the Democratic National Committee had filed or was filing suit the next morning for $1.5 million, as I believe. And I received the next morning service of that complaint.
All right, Mr. Mardian, on June the 21st, as I understand it, you received a briefing from Liddy in the presence of Mr. LaRue as to what happened. You've talked about this attorney-client privilege situation that you had with Mr. Liddy. Did you also envision yourself in that same kind of relationship with the committee as a whole or other members of the committee?
Yes, I was representing the committee.
What period of time did that cover in your mind?
Well, as I say, I'm probably still attorney of record in that proceeding. I attempted and did, to the maximum extent possible, shift all the burden to the other 2 law firms as of around July 15th.
As a matter of fact, you requested that you not be interviewed by the FBI, I believe, for that very reason, did you not?
That's not true. The FBI interviewed me, and I offered to answer any questions that they would put to me that regarding my conduct, my activities. I merely said that I could not answer questions which related to communications made to me, and they asked me numerous questions about my conduct.
But you did assert, the point I was making is that you did assert that privilege at that early date.
With respect to communications made to me.
Correct. And approximately when was this, if you recall?
Soon after the Watergate break-in. I don't know. They came to talk to me. I asserted the privileges to communications, but offered to answer all other questions, and I did.
All right, we've heard testimony about, as counsel preceding me pointed out, in June to September, some of these other witnesses talking about activities going on that have been characterized by various people and various witnesses as cover-up activities, comings and goings, meetings, and you've mentioned the fact that what might appear as a meeting might not in fact be a meeting. Could you elaborate on that a little bit? How were the logs kept in Mr. Mitchell's office or other offices there?
You have to understand Mr. Mitchell's office. When you enter the Mudge Rose firm, you enter going south, you proceed south, then you proceed east, and then you proceed north as far as you can go in the building. And Mr. Mitchell's office is the last one, so that the reception room is not conducive to Mr. Mitchell's office, although he has a very nice office. He had a secretary, a young lady, who he had two secretaries. They changed while he was there. During this Watergate business, and before that, he had a new young lady who was very competent as she could be, who tried to keep records as they were kept at the Justice Department. And many times she would have to leave her desk, and if I came out of the room, she would say, "What time did you go in?" Or, "Who else is in there with you? What time did they go in?" One time I can recall calling her, and she says, "Aren't you in with Mr. Mitchell?" And it occurred on more than one occasion, because Mr. LaRue and I look somewhat alike to some people because our build and lack of hair and the glasses we wear. And she would ask me sometimes the identity of people, and I wouldn't know, and she would ask somebody else. But what I'm really trying to say is they weren't really meetings. If you walked down to Mr. Mitchell's office and you stood there, there was no place to sit, he'd wave you in. You sit in the chair while he finished his business with somebody. I can remember one occasion, I must be up there for somewhere for an hour and a half or 2 hours. I had 5 minutes with him because I had to wait through one discussion he had. And when I started to talk to him, another gentleman came in and said it was urgent, and he took about 30 minutes of his time, and I still sat there. I presume, according to the record, it was a meeting of us, we three people. There were three people that came in, and three different subject matters were discussed.
Another thing that occurs to me is that your name is used almost interchangeably with Mr. LaRue. LaRue seldom mentioned without mentioning Mardian. Mardian seldom mentioned without mentioning LaRue. Can you explain this? Did you travel as a pair all the time, or were you engaged in the same roles at the time, or what?
No. Starting, I would guess, in the early August, I had an entirely different role, different duties. I didn't see him that much. He was a good friend. He is a good friend of mine. People would call me Fred, and I stopped even people that didn't know us, people at the committee. There were about 400 of them there, and quite a few would call me Fred, and quite a few would call him Bob.
What was your assignment when you came back from California and became involved in what was going on around you? Was it an investigatory type assignment, or was it merely to hire other attorneys, to get other attorneys on board, or a combination of the two?
To do whatever was necessary to make an appropriate response to the complaint that was filed. We had a complaint. We had motion for expedited recovery. We had to answer that complaint. We had cross actions on file, motions to dismiss. We filed an action for abuse of process based upon a statement by one of the principals of the Democratic Party that the purpose of the suit was not to recover damages but to get at the facts of Watergate. In other words, he was using the statement was to the effect they were using the process of the court not for a legal purpose but for political purpose. At least that's what we urged. There was a libel action filed on behalf of Mr. Stans because of the assertion that he was responsible for laundering committee funds in Mexico.
Was it more civilly oriented then than criminally, as opposed to defending a criminal case that might arise? Had you ever had any previous criminal experience yourself as a criminal lawyer?
No.
With regard to the situation as you found it, you were talking about Mr. Liddy and dealing with him, and of course he was evidently telling various stories to various people. I think we know that now from the testimony. Mr. McCord says he told him that Mitchell, when he was trying to get McCord involved, did in fact get him involved, that Mitchell had approved the operation. According to Dean, he told him that Magruder had pushed him and didn't mention Mitchell. And from your testimony, he didn't mention Mitchell to you. Had you ever had any previous experience with Mr. Liddy? Didn't you almost hire him yourself one time?
Yes, until I interviewed him.
Tell us about that.
He applied for an attorney position in the Department of Justice. He came very highly recommended. His background, his resume are splendid from the point of view of experience. And our personnel officer had done everything but put him on the payroll. I interviewed him. His resume, his background was good. I didn't feel that he would fit into the Department of Justice.
So what did you do?
We undid the paperwork.
And you unhired him?
What's that?
You unhired him, in effect?
Yes. I think that was why Mr. Mitchell made the reference he made. He knew that he asked me why I hadn't hired Mr. Liddy, and I told him.
Of course, you had a conversation with him back when you were still in California concerning his conversation with Kleindienst. Didn't he tell Powell Moore that Mitchell, in effect, had issued instructions that he tell Kleindienst to help him get McCord out of jail, something like that?
He didn't talk much on the telephone, Mr. Thompson.
Didn't you, in one of your conversations with Liddy, tell him, in fact, Mitchell had not instructed this? I thought you testified as to that earlier.
I told him to stay away from Mr. Kleindienst.
You didn't tell him that Mitchell had not, in fact, issued those?
I'm sure I told him that, too.
Do you recall any response that he had at that time?
I don't recall.
Did you talk to Mitchell about whether or not he had issued instructions for Liddy to...
Immediately after
to get McCord out of jail? To get McCord out of jail?
Yes, immediately after Powell Moore called and told me what had occurred.
And what was Mitchell's reaction? You don't have to quote his exact words if you don't want to, but...
I think you can well imagine his reaction.
What about, you were dealing with Liddy. Were you trying to get information from Liddy? I assume. You testified you were also trying to get information concerning the money. What situation did you find yourself in there? How long was it before you could finally resolve, after talking to Magruder and talking to Sloan and going back and forth as to how much money had been given to Liddy? How long was it before you could resolve in your own mind as to what actually happened?
It never was resolved.
Did you ever make a statement about whether or not various parties were lying, had lied to Mr. Mitchell about...
I told Hugh Sloan when he told me 190 or 200, around 200,000, that Mr. Magruder had lied to Mr. Mitchell in my presence. He said it was only 40,000.
Did you make inquiry of other people? Did you make inquiry of anyone in the White House? Did you talk to Mr. Dean, for example, about involvement? Mention has been made, for example, of suspicions with regard to Mr. Colson. Did you ever ask him concerning what he knew about Colson's involvement, if any?
What Mr. Dean told me about Mr. Colson? He told me he thought he was clean.
You thought Colson was clean? When did he tell you this?
Well, I don't recall. After talking to Mr. Liddy, I surmised certain things, purely speculation on my part, and I started asking some questions based upon that speculation.
Was this in June?
I doubt that. I don't know. It would have been soon after my discussion with Mr. Liddy.
Mr. Mardian, it just came to my attention on the, I assume, the primary relevance of your claim of attorney-client privilege has to do with whether or not you should have divulged certain information to certain people earlier than you have. And I think in fairness to you, I might relate something that's just been brought to my attention, the Ethics Committee of the ABA Opinions number 216, which advises that it is not unethical for an attorney to resolve doubts about possibly a privilege matter in favor of non-disclosure. Does that in effect your position? When you have a problem, that it's not unethical to resolve those doubts in favor of non-disclosure?
I think that's the rule.
I have no further questions, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mardian.
You're welcome.
Did you have something to add?
No, sir.
I'm glad that you decided to abide by Judge Sirica's ruling about the question of the attorney-client relationship insofar as Liddy is concerned, and that you have accepted the theory, the fact that other parties that talked to you had waived the attorney-client privilege by testifying in their own behalf, because that saves us a good deal of trouble, because I have a high respect for the attorney-client relationship. I think that the maintenance of the confidentiality of communications between an attorney and the client is absolutely essential. If persons are charged with criminal offenses in our courts are to receive due process of law. I tried cases, was trial lawyer for many years, and I've gotten a little rusty on some of my knowledge of the rules of evidence, but I was under the impression that the attorney-client relationship only applies to confidential communications between the client and the attorney, whereby the attorney receives from the client information which is necessary or appropriate to enable the attorney to protect the legal rights of the client, and that therefore it only relates to confidential communications relating to past transactions. Is that your understanding of it?
I wouldn't disagree with that statement.
I also have the vague recollection from my practice as a lawyer, in criminal as well as in other cases, that the attorney-client privilege only applies to confidential communications which are made to the attorney in the absence of other people. And for that reason, since Mr. LaRue was a third party, that the conversation which Mr. Liddy had with you in Mr. LaRue's apartment did not fall within the scope of the privilege of attorney-client relationship.
I think in this jurisdiction the rule is opposite to that, Mr. Chairman, that where the communication is in the presence of a co-employee, that as far as the attorney is concerned, the privilege obtains on behalf of both persons. However, either one of the other may disclose, but that does not abrogate the privilege insofar as the attorney's disclosure.
Well, I'm glad it's not necessary for me to engage in debate with you on that, because I do realize that we have 50 state jurisdictions and we have one federal jurisdiction, and there's a great deal of slight divergences among the different jurisdictions in respect to this matter. And fortunately, we don't have to pass on it, because you have abiding by Judge Sirica's ruling, and also by the fact that other witnesses have waived the attorney-client privilege.
Mr. Chairman, that proposition of evidence law is not without some doubt.
Yes.
We maintain the position that Mr. Mardian has suggested here and argued it before Judge Sirica. He never got to that point, so we don't have a ruling on that particular phase.
Well, fortunately, we don't have to. It's an academic question that we can be interested in as lawyers, and the solution of which is not necessary to this present matter. Now, you stated that you suspected that the CIA that was involved in this break-in. Why did you suspect that an organization of the government, which is expressly forbidden to exercise police powers and which is barred from any function in internal security matters, would break into the Democratic headquarters?
There were a number of indications of that involvement, Mr. Chairman.
I would like to just enumerate them, a few of them.
Well, the first involved the activities of that evening. I believe that all of the persons arrested, as well as Mr. Hunt, were either employees or former employees of the CIA. Pardon me.
Well, I would mention that. Knowing who the attorney who appeared to me in the phone man was a man connected with a company that is known to the representative. I think you've got to fully answer.
I have received a letter from the acting Attorney General, Joseph T. Sneed, saying that, addressed to me, stating the Department of Justice has initiated an investigation into the telephone hoax in which the Secretary of the Treasury, Schultz, was impersonated. The telephone message you received appears to have constituted a violation of federal law. At the direction of the President, the resources of the Department of Justice are being employed to apprehend the individuals responsible for this cruel and irresponsible misrepresentation. Sincerely, Joseph T. Sneed. I read that, notwithstanding the fact that Senator Baker has made a statement to the same effect previously, because I'm informed, not by telephone this time, but I'm informed that the acting Attorney General is hopeful that I would read this on TV, and I'm delighted to do so, and I regret very much the fact that I was so unsuspicious and trusting that I accepted the telephone call at face value. I might add that I was prompted to do so in part because I thought that the information which the spurious phone call conveyed to me was the rational thing that should be done in this connection. And it's what I'd been praying that the White House would do, because it is so rational. Return just a moment. What were the circumstances that caused you to believe the CIA was involved?
Well, there were a number of them. The first was that practically everybody involved in the break-in and the director, or one of the directors of the break-in, were all CIA or ex-CIA people. The presence of a lawyer who appeared on the scene before there were any chance to make any telephone calls, and the agency for which he works pointed in that direction. Mr. Hunt officed in that same agency. Mr. Liddy told me that they had been operating with CIA assistants. A person who is presently in the employ of the CIA, when I asked his opinion, indicated to me that he would stake his life on the fact that the CIA was involved. And there were some other matters that appeared which I had a knowledge of in my capacity as Assistant Attorney General.
Well, I would say
that indicated that goes back a long way. They had CIA identification on them.
I believe that about shortly after the Watergate break-in occurred, there was some speculation in the press to the effect that the CIA may have been involved.
There's quite a bit of it.
Now, I don't... You've been interrogated, I think, rather thoroughly by Mr. Hamilton for the committee, and I don't care to ask questions, but I do want to say something which puzzles me.
Yes, sir.
And that is this. I have always felt that the President of the United States not only had very responsible constitutional and legal duties to perform for the country, but it also he had some responsibility to afford the country moral leadership. And it appears here from all this testimony, and I think that you and I both know that shortly after this tragedy happened, it was stated in the news media that 5 burglars had been caught in the Watergate in the Democratic National Headquarters, and that 4 of them had campaign funds which had come from the committee to re-elect the president in their pockets at the time they were apprehended in the burglary. And the thing that puzzles me, and I think puzzles many of the American people, is why didn't somebody who was interested in the president and in his re-election tell the president that he owed a duty of moral leadership and that he ought to find out immediately, not after 9 months, but immediately, how it happened that 5 burglars were caught in the headquarters of the opposition political party, with 4 of them having his campaign funds donated to help his re-election in their pockets. Can you explain to me why there wasn't somebody connected with the committee to re-elect the president, or somebody who had a responsible position in the White House who didn't suggest to the president why he should exercise that moral leadership and expose this shocking event?
I can't explain that, Mr. Chairman.
I believe I'd better go and vote now. I might state that the only reason I know that this vote on is because I've received my wire advice to that effect, but I'll go and see.
The committee came back just before 5 o'clock and decided it was too late to continue. They adjourned until tomorrow. So today we heard from the 3rd witness in 2 days who was so uncomfortable in his dealings with the Watergate cover-up that he tried to extricate himself as quickly as possible. If all the witnesses remember and report accurately their feelings about the cover-up, then the real question becomes, how did the cover-up remain a secret as long as it did? Tomorrow we will see the questioning of Robert Mardian continue as the committee probes to determine just how much he knew and when, and how he related to the other links in the chain of organization at the committee to re-elect the president.
Jack Murphy of the Georgetown University Law Center here in Washington, and Stephen Hess, author of 5 books on American politics, now a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, watched this confusing day of Watergate with us. But unlike the rest of us, I'm sure they're not the least bit confused. So beginning with you, Mr. Hess, clear it all up for us, please.
Well, having listened in rather short order to Mr. Mitchell and Mr. LaRue and Mr. Mardian, it appears that no one quite remembers the same thing as anyone else remembered it. Mr. Mardian today had quite different remembrances of many events, different from Mr. Sloan and Mr. Stans and Mr. LaRue and Mr. Magruder and Mr. Mitchell and particularly Mr. Dean. This may be another example of what we've called in the past the Rashomon effect. But another interpretation might be found in a political cartoon by the famous Thomas Nast, which appeared about 100 years ago, when he was exposing the Tweed ring in New York City. All of the culprits were standing in a circle, and each one was pointing at the other, and the caption read, "He did it." Well, the question of presidential involvement still is going to have to await the release of the tapes, but I do think that the committee continues to build a very strong case on the obstruction of justice grounds regarding the Watergate cover-up.
Jack Murphy, this is your first time with us today. What are your comments on this day?
Well, I was fascinated to have the opportunity to watch as intently as watching in the studio permits one to do. And I thought I might give you my impressions from a legal point of view of the presentation made particularly by Mr. Mardian in response to the questioning, quite intense questioning, he experienced at the hands of Assistant Majority Counsel Mr. Hamilton. I think Mr. Hamilton's examination was very sharp, very good, employing that device very effectively of contrasting what Mardian was saying with what the previous testimony of earlier witnesses had been. Certainly sharpened it very, very clearly. I would compare it with previous testimony which did not give conflicts as sharp as these, but time and time again it seemed to me Mr. Mardian was flatly denying that what Magruder or LaRue or Mitchell or Stans had said was correct, and offering an alternative, sharply distinguishable position. Specifically, on the critical point, which is still unanswered, as to whether or not these payments for the burglary were authorized by Mr. Mitchell. There came a point where he said that in Mitchell's presence, Mr. Magruder had said that the money for this purpose had been authorized by Mr. Mitchell, and nobody at that point followed it up. We don't know whether Mr. Mitchell said, yes, I did, no, I didn't, or said nothing. This was the only flaw I would point out in Mr. Hamilton's cross-examination, or direct examination, if you like. There were a couple of places where the record was left fuzzy by the failure to follow up on critical points. Two or three others I could mention. Mardian struck me as a strong witness in general, but there were several places where I thought more questioning was needed, more exploration. I do hope the senators tomorrow will follow these points up, particularly, for example, his rather emotional statement, it seemed to me, that he wanted out of the Watergate and, quote, all of its ramifications. Why? That seemed to me odd. He offered several times the notion that he had advised people to tell the truth. What prompted that advice? This came in line with questioning of whether he knew in advance that such people as Magruder might perjure themselves. Well, it was a voluntary statement on his part when he said he advised them to tell the truth. Usually you presume people will tell the truth.
I've got to ask Steve Hess one question. Regular viewers of these great moments in brilliance at this late hour know that a couple of nights ago you predicted that we were going to eventually hear the White House tapes, and it looked like for a moment today that your prediction had come true. Do you stick with it at this stage of the game? You want to revise it? Do you think the hoax itself might even become pressure in kind of an interesting way?
Perhaps it will. Certainly the editorial response around the country is building pressure for this. These are read in the White House. And the question, I think, for the American people has really gotten down to the matter that the President has the power and the evidence to clear this all up. If he doesn't do so, there is a strong presumption that there's something he wishes to hide. And I think that's the way the White House is going to have to think about the question, not in terms of separation of power or executive privilege.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Way back at the beginning of tonight's broadcast, 4.5 hours ago, I did a report on the results of a survey we conducted today of 42 American newspapers. We wanted to know what they had said on their editorial pages about whether or not President Nixon should let the Urban Committee and the rest of us know what is on those White House tapes. Well, I won't go through the results in detail again, other than to note that the overwhelming majority think the President should, in fact, accede to the committee's wishes. The point that struck me about our survey was that the papers involved included those like the Nashville Tennessean, the Boise, Idaho Statesman, the Burlington, Iowa Hawkeye, and the Anniston, Alabama Star, the Los Angeles Times, the Des Moines Register-Tribune, the Atlanta Constitution, the Christian Science Monitor, the Wall Street Journal, and the Dayton, Ohio Daily News, as well as those big bad establishment papers. It illustrates clearly, to me at least, that this is no longer a constitutional or a legal question. It's a public relations. It's a public's right to know. It's a public confidence issue right now, pure and simple. The pressure is definitely building on the President as we await the decision he says he will announce on Monday. And as it does, it's becoming almost impossible to imagine how he can successfully withstand it and refuse to let us all, those of you who live in Boise, Idaho, and Anniston, Alabama, as well as in Washington, hear the truth those tapes may contain. In short, the next call to that phone booth in the caucus room may not be a hoax. For Robert McNeil and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This coverage is made possible by grants for special events coverage from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation, and has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.